eight organizations. So we really look forward to engaging with you on all of that. Are there any questions for John? Does anybody want to make a comment? Anybody ask a question before he disappears? He's going to be on virtually, but you guys are taking over now. Anything? Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, John. Wish you could be here, but anyway, at least we've got the virtual now. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to just go into a technical discussion. Okay, just to get rid of any kind of what people might consider hidden agendas or possible things like that. Okay, so we're talking about the technicalities of working as a collective, and the kind of way that we can work forward. So, as you know, SACHED's purpose was to make sure that all our materials were accessible for free and as far as possible. So we put it onto a website as that was the easiest way to go because it costs a lot to print. So we couldn't reprint and start sending things out like that. That wouldn't have worked. And also we didn't know whether it was relevant. So we started the website, and it's free, and you can download, and there's no royalties whatsoever. Now, with us working forward together like this, we've been trying to look at the legalities of who owns what in the future of, with, say, a Gqeberha Youth, who owns a Gqeberha Youth's new work, who owns Gqeberha's new work, who owns Chisamani's new work. And we found it's called the Common Creative License, Attribution License. And you can look it up, but we think this is the way that we should all go. So what happens is that you can produce whatever it is that you want as long as you acknowledge your sources, okay? And you can sell it for a profit, all right? How big a profit or not you must think about, because this is not the kind of vibe of this meeting. But if you have to cover your costs and things like that because you want to go printing, then obviously you might want to sell it or distribute it that way. So there is that. We'll look at that in future. Okay. So, but there's no royalties coming to SACHED whatsoever, and if there are profits, then they go to you or the people that are selling it. Okay. Then the other thing I just wanted to point out, and Lawrence, if you could just talk about this, the zero data rating.
Oh yeah. So the website which we've shared is of course it's all of the materials which are on there are freely accessible, but data is not free. So for people who don't have data, they're won't be able to access the materials, and there's each of the items, like the books we've handed out, take a lot of data to download and so on. So we've joined a campaign for zero rating, which is linked to the D.G. Murray Trust. And it's specifically aimed at educational materials, having them zero rated. It's a campaign, so we signed it as an organization along with however many others signed it. But I think one thing that we can do after this meeting is just to share that to sign it, so that we also have more impetus towards getting the website zero rated. It's a broad campaign. It's not only specific to the SACHED website. It's for all other kind of educational websites. So different organizations can have vested interest in that. But yeah, thanks.
Thanks. I think that's a very important campaign, and we should all join it. Okay, now down to the business of today. Okay, we've asked you all. Our plan is that everybody will present, because you don't know each other and what each other are doing, and that there will be maybe a question of clarification, but no discussion yet, because we need to know all about each other before we go into discussions about each other's work and how we could possibly work together. So that's the idea. I'm sure there's going to be a struggle here, but you've got 8 minutes each, because we're trying to get through a lot. So 8 minutes each, and then we go into a wide-ranging discussion where people can explore ideas, they can critique, etc., or whatever. And then after lunch, we'll go into a discussion and divide up the budget. Okay, according to what we can afford and what we can't. So and I'm not going to introduce any of the organizations because you're going to introduce yourselves. So we will start with Gqeberha.
Thank you, Louise. Molweni, good morning. As Louise has said, my name is Gqeberha, and I come from a social enterprise called Daqa. To briefly speak to who we are, Daqa. Daqa, we're in the early childhood development space, and in particular, we build digital libraries of children's books in 11 spoken South African languages, not yet decided language as the 12th, but we'll get there too. But what we do that I think is really fun and exciting is we also put books in a form that children can enjoy, right? And that children can easily access, which one is the world of translating and have books being in 11 official spoken South African languages. The other is we also produce books into audiobook format. So we'll take a children's book and turn it into an audiobook. And then we'll take it a step further as well and put it into what we call a video book, where you can, it's not a cartoon, so it's still a still, but you can see the element of the story or the illustration, you can see the words, and there's a kind of narrated reading experience. And we do this really with two main missions. One, being to break barriers to access to literature using language and technology. Two, to create a greater representation of African languages and culture within mainstream storytelling. So sure, we then come to this particular archiving project. And I'd spoken to Louise about, many a possibility with a number of books. But let me start by saying it's a project that we are excited about as Daqa, and that we believe in, and that although we're now looking at adult education and literature, not necessarily for children, we are dealing with similar barriers that bar access to be able to access the literature. In one, a linguistic barrier for many South Africans, and two, even when you understand a language, reading comprehension and sometimes even being differently abled means you can't read a book per se, and perhaps you might benefit from an audio component of the book. So we've looked at doing potentially 5 of the books, 3 of which are comics. So that's Umodi, Equino, and Down 2nd Avenue, and 2 of which are more academic books, if you will. So looking at the cell and looking at atoms matter. And what we propose as potential projects, I think I should say here, we likely can't do all of this work because of the budget, so we'll pick and choose, what it is that we think might be most suitable for the task ahead. But for example, with Umodi, which is about 50 pages or so, we'd suggest one, of course, a translation, and there we can choose. We need not translate to all the 11, as that can be a fairly expensive task. One translation can be about 15,000. So maybe we do a translation to isiZulu or a translation to Sesotho, or any really language that we might choose. And then we'd also suggest that we then take it through the journey of making an audiobook of one of these comics. And I think part of the benefits of a different format, as I spoke a little earlier, is yes, one, it means, it caters to people who might consume stories differently, but also the method of distribution for audio can be different. So we have some audiobooks that we distribute through podcast channels like Oma SoundCloud, the Ayoba messaging app and that type of thing. And you can also distribute through radio. And so we would suggest that, we take on the work of translating into at least one of the languages and taking it to audiobook format. From there, we could potentially do video books as well, but then the budget gets super high because a video book on its own could be about 30,000. But yeah, we can discuss what that looks like. I think I won't go through breaking down each one, but essentially the work we want to do is, as I said, it's to break barriers to access to the literature by 1, translation work, and 2, changing the format, if you will, and archiving it as a audio book. In terms of pricing, as I spoke to, a translation is about 15,000, and the audio book is about 50. But I think depending on the budget, we can see how much we can compress that to potentially be able to translate and make an audio. Definitely at least for the comics. Then for the academic books, we've suggested just translations. But we can look at that together when we come to the end. But yeah, I think let me calm down. Thank you for your ear. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. And I mean, I was saying I want a penny because my house comes up from the top part of South Africa, so let's go for penny. But we're going to have that argument, and of course, one of the most useful languages is Afrikaans. So we're going to have that argument in the discussion with Hawe. Okay, the next person is Gqeberha. Yeah.
Is it working?
Closer.
Okay, so we're from Gqeberha Education. It's an educational NGO based in Makanda. To describe it, it's an NGO that works at all the different stages. So there's a cluster of projects. We work with primary schools, working on literacy, with our Whistle Stop School. We have Gqeberha Matric School, which is a very big part of it, and which Lauren and I are part of, which offers students a chance to upgrade their matric. And then there's a project that works within high schools within Makanda in very close partnership with Rhodes University, offering things like mentoring, educational extension programs, and the overarching aim of that project, and to a large extent the matric school, is to try and develop pathways so that local young people can access tertiary, and particularly Rhodes University. So the part of the project that's been looking at the SACHED materials is the matric school. The matric school started in, the first cohort was 1994. It grew out of a request from Makanda parents after the 80s saying we desperately need additional support for school tuition. And it offers a one-year program where students do some subjects to upgrade their matric results. So for many years, it was fairly simply a matric school with students repeating certain subjects. And then from about 10 to 15 years ago, it repositioned itself, focusing much more on where are we going, and trying to facilitate pathways into particularly Rhodes University, but other tertiaries. So the school's got two sets of programs. On the one hand, we're a straightforward school. We do the curriculum. Our kids are going to write matric at the end of the year, and we're tied by the curriculum, the matric. We're aiming for the best results we can get. The other part of it is a number of programs that assist in skills development, particularly looking forward to what will be needed in an academic context. So Lauren has developed and runs a writing skills course. Recently she started a peer support network, which is to get university students, ex-Gqeberha students, to support each other at university. So when we look at the materials, we've looked at it in two ways. Gqeberha produced basically school materials. So we've looked at the maths literacy material and the history, because those are what fit into subjects we offer. And those, I'm going to talk about the maths lit. What SACHED developed was real conceptual materials that are easy to access, that young adults can work through by themselves. So our plan was to look at the materials. Some of it is now out of date in terms of the school curriculum, and to select what could work, what still is valuable within the curriculum, For Mathslit, we would looked at 2 booklets, one section which selects from different parts of the materials and puts it into one pack on the topic of space and measurement, and then one more general booklet that just would work as a revision pack that kids writing matric could use to work on themselves. Then I'm going to pass to Lauren for the history and the
Writing skills.
writing skills.
Morning, everyone. So, whereas Mathslit is offered to a large number of our students, there are about 100 students who will be rewriting Maths literacy at the end of this year. The history cohort is a little bit smaller. We've got 60 students who are going to be upgrading their history. But history is, in our experience at the school, one of the most important subjects for preparing students for tertiary. So getting the history curriculum properly taught and helping students with those skills is essential. And looking through the integrated social science book, there is a lot of focus on how to address source-based content. The history syllabus is assessed as essays and source-based. And that integrated social science book offers a lot of very interesting ways in which students can grapple with the source-based content. So our history teachers are going to be using some of those ideas this term, the 3rd term at the moment, they've already started, generating new content with the current NSC curriculum in order to see how we can use the skills from the initial SACHED books and then generate a new workbook that helps students with source-based. And we'll also generate a report that outlines how the sources were used and what kind of impact it had by comparing our June exam results, which we've just calculated, to how the students do during their trials exams, which will be coming up in a few weeks. As Tessa said, we also prepare students for tertiary through non-NSC based subjects, and that would be my writing skills course. I've been running it for about 13 years now. I generated it myself out of my own university experience and understanding the importance of knowing how to write an essay as a skill that also helps you to think critically, to structure your thoughts, to support your ideas. It's just an essential skill. And so working through both Read Well and Write Well, I felt that there is room to generate a 3rd text that can help students to develop arguments, write essays, develop those kind of critical thinking skills that enable you to be successful as you move through tertiary and beyond. So the idea would be to create a workbook in terms of text that is similar to the Read Well and Write Well that helps to prepare students for tertiary writing and beyond. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, Lauren and Tessa. All right, Gqeberha Youth, Lerato and Unati. Just a second. Okay. They've got a presentation. Okay, are you ready? Okay, here we are.
Okay, it's okay. I think we can go out presenting, just not to take time.
Give her the, she needs a mic.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and apologies for that delay. We thought we were going to share our presentation. My name is Unati Makula. I am the lower grades program manager at Gqeberha Youth. So just a bit of background. Gqeberha Youth was founded in 2003 by Joy Olivia and Makosi Gogwana, 2 researchers at the Human Sciences Research Council from UCT, where they really saw the gap in our education system, where they realized that learners in the townships really struggle to get into university because of the poor education system. So they came together with their students to say, you know what, let's go start tutoring and that's where we began. And 22 years later, we have branched out to 15 branches in about 5 provinces nationally. So our mission is to enable disadvantaged youth to pull themselves and each other out of poverty through education. And how we've done this, as I've just mentioned, we have provided tutoring to disadvantaged township students, where we really go there without any requirements. Any learner that is struggling from grade 8 to grade 12 can come to our branches to ask for assistance. And so where do we come in when it comes to the SACHED, So we have been looking into material development, especially when we started adapting the grade 8s and grade 9s, because initially we started working with grade 10s into grade 12 just to bridge that matric gap. But over the years, we realized that the problem is deeper. We adapted grade 8s and grade 9s, and what we then found is that there is a huge struggle when it comes to reading and writing, and when it comes to mathematics. And the Pearl study in 2021 also confirms that about 81% of our grade 4 learners in South Africa cannot read for meaning. And we really saw that it was evident when it came to our branches, that when we enforce that we need to speak English, we need to do mathematics, learners are really struggling. So we then thought, how about we start developing material that would cater for these learners, also understanding that after COVID-19, there was a huge gap in the education system. So when learners come back to school, we really do see the struggles. Schools are overcrowded, so teachers cannot really give specific attention to each learner, which really also then contributes to the gap that we are already facing. So without taking more time, Lerato will go deeper into the impact of how we are doing it. We also saw the struggle when it comes to mathematics. When our learners get to grade 10, they do not choose pure maths anymore because of different factors. At home, you would see that there's brothers and sisters who have been through the education system, so they would tell you that, no, it's difficult to do maths, don't do it. And so we get a lot of learners getting into the maths-lit stream. By the time they need to choose real careers, they are not able to because they do not have a maths background. So it goes deeper and deeper when it comes to literacy and numeracy, from the GET phase straight into matric, and that's also why we exist as Gqeberha Youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lerato Gqeberha, and I look after the branch in Ivory Park. And this project came at a time where, as an organization, we're grappling with the idea that most of the learners who actually come from primary school, when they get to high school, they struggle with reading and writing, and that then taps on their confidence. By the time they get to grade 10, they're thinking of dropping out, they're thinking of taking subjects that are easy, and we know what the schools are doing now for pass rate. They push them towards history and other subjects so that the school can get a high pass rate. And we were thinking of how do we make it fun for learners to understand the power of reading, and the power of reading for understanding. And so it came at the time that this is very important, especially when you're looking at the magazine update, which was produced by Louise, which is a great one, because what we love is a learner-centered approach, where learners are part of the process. We don't go them to spoon feed, but they on their academics and their academics. Because one of our values is collaboration and peer support. Because when learners feel involved, they become confident and they want to participate. Then impacting on their peers, the peers start seeing ripple effect. So we were looking at the write well, read well, and also the magazine. But the magazine also, because of budget constraint, I showed Louise. I said him like, this is too high. And we went back and thought about that the newsletter brings another important element because we are mostly focusing on visual and printed magazines are going out of our system, and that loses touch. So we thought with this partnership, with budget we have, would be able to produce maybe the first batch. Then what we then do, because we work in collaboration with a lot of companies to support our work, then they advertise on the magazines, we generate income, then we are able to distribute it to the schools we work with. For instance, in Ivory Park, we have 18 schools that we work with, and distributing it into those schools would really impact on the reading, the writing. So hence we excited about this project because that material can also be used during our tutoring sessions, career guidance, because that's what we do. We also have a holiday program that runs for a week during school holidays. So those are projects that we can look at, and we're very excited for this project. So thank you.
There were going to be very many happy hearts in old SACHED because they were all hoping that Upbeat would be re-resurrected. Anyway, you know what I mean. I didn't do Upbeat, okay? I did Upstart, which was us taking Upbeat and in Makanda and transforming it into a children's newspaper which came out once a month. So that was one different way of working with Upbeat, and now you're taking it much further and they're looking at doing very interesting things with Upbeat, and they're going to be very happy people out there. So thank you very much indeed. I hope you can start to see the resonances between the organizations and the possibilities of people working together. We felt it was very important that we have a face-to-face meeting rather than a virtual meeting so that everybody could actually start the collaboration process beyond just with the SACHED, but with each other, because you are, many of you, working in very similar areas. So this is very exciting. Okay, the next person to present is Mr. X from the Black Power Station.
Okay. I'm going.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, let me do this. Okay, my name is Gqeberha Matinda. I'm the founder of the Black Power Station in Makanda, in an old power station, converted a garage to like a creative space where you don't have to over-explain yourself and be a creative and do what you need to do as an art, and also try to build an idea beyond the idea that art is just for the sake of art, but art is a stimulus to change the society. So we do many things, visual arts, performance. We are an art space, so we're not limited. So for us to be part of this, we felt we wanted to put this as part of our program called Arts Beyond the Street, which is taking art and putting it to the community, murals, poetry, and all that, but reimagining it. So we're going to look at the history and try to adapt it to what we do every day, where we, as poets, as writers, hip-hop artists, or musicians, where we try to visualize the world we inherited after '94, which is a broken society, to visualize it artistically in a way. So we want to show that art can actually make people see, visualize beyond the limitations of the society we inherited. Yeah, that's me. We've built up a whole Bushandi at the Black Power Station to try use African philosophies to be able to stimulate the minds of the people. So basically, what we're gonna do, we're gonna look at the history, all of the books, but we're interested in the history part, so that because history is what most people forget. Um, and how history is better for us to tell, because the past and the present to live at the same time is always a very contesting space. So, but artistically, we can be able to achieve that. And we're trying our best. I think on slide 4, if you can go up, which is the arts education. We think this fits perfectly well, because that is all Artambo, which was illustrated by an artist. And for us, we feel this material we receive will form part of that creativity of stimulating young people, as we are working together with Amaya Academy, which is part of the company and organization I'm working with, which is looking at early childhood in Farmerfield, which is 35 minutes drive out of Makanda, an abandoned school. We try to revitalize, trying to create a school, revitalize the school with Amaya, just to look at arts as a way of stimulating the young people who don't get opportunities after school. So for us as the Black Power Station, we will go there with the artists to rebuild the school, as we are working on it, because it's abandoned, it's a destroyed school, but we're making it to life. So this material will form part of our already existing ideas of building a society with history that is broken, but ideally archiving a new way of understanding where we are as a people. So with artists, we're going to use this material to dialogue with the artists and engage with them, visual artists, poets, musicians, that we're going to create new murals that will be speaking based on the history, poetry that will be written based on what we're going to be interrogating in the comics. There's some stuff that I've shared with some of the artists. They were like, why are they drawing black people with big stomachs, like why they do this? So all these things artists are very interested, is like the interpretation of the history. So it's beautiful for us because we get to do something with what we do already. So like maybe just to write on the past projects on the slide. So we've done this before, where we did a mural in Makanda where we took buildings that were governmentally owned, like the substations that are in town, where go down a bit again. Yes, there you are. So basically, we targeted specific buildings in town where we put murals of people that people have forgotten, like John Janki, Steve Biko, Ulad Charlotte Makleke, Miriam Makeba. So we put these murals on walls, and then we started writing about these people. So people are forced to read it. Although it was not a good thing when we started, because people didn't understand it. So, but now the city is embracing it. So we're in the right time to continue with this, because most people do public art just for the sake of it, but we want to make it as an educational space. So for us as the Black Power Station, we want to do that. With all the funds, we're going to try creatively make it work. Hopefully, we could redo one publication based on the interaction with the artists. Definitely we're doing a mural. Definitely we're doing like a compilation of 5 songs with some producers and poets. And we're gonna do one mural at the school, the Amaya Academy. We're gonna do more murals in Makanda. And we're gonna work with ILM, which is also part of a recording studio in Makanda, but an archive space. using indigenous instruments so that we can actually, if we're talking about decolonizing the arts, decolonizing even the way we see it ourselves. So for me, I will be more interested in the conversation as we move forward. But I think for us, that's what we're gonna do as the Black Power Station. We've done this most of the time, and we're happy to meet other people. Hopefully, we can work together. So check the Black Power Station, and we're using the art as a way that nobody should be forgotten. So everything that you see there is what we've done, and we think it's possible to do more with this. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That's very interesting. We're going to have to all go and help paint the murals in Makanda. It's now Chisimani's presentation. Can I just say, I can't believe you guys. This is the two gentlemen that got in the car at 6 o'clock last night and arrived here at 1 o'clock in the morning and bringing Tammy Lee with them. So that's dedication and commitment, and thank you so much for that. Okay. We would have been very sad.
Comrades, hello, and sorry that I'm late. Yeah, as the lady explained that we drove from Cape Town. I think we left Cape Town at around 5 or past 5, and then we were here by 1 a.m. Yeah. So, comrades, I had when I was looking at the program, I saw that we only had 8 minutes to present our proposal. So my name is Pilani, and I speak on behalf of the Chisimani Center for Activist Education, a non-governmental organization that is currently based at the University of Western Cape. Yeah, we are honored to present our proposal for the SACHED archiving project under the working title, the Sankofa Reading Series. And our subtitle is Reclaiming African History, Building Radical Futures. So, comrade, for the benefit of those who don't know us, Chisimani was founded in 2016 to support activists and social movements, especially working class youth and women, through rigorous, politically grounded education. Our work centers on confronting exploitation, racism, patriarchy, and other intersecting forms of oppression. Our work is driven by the belief that education should liberate and empower people to challenge all forms of marginalization. From our base in Cape Town, we work across South Africa with movements on the continent to cultivate critical thinking, solidarity, and strategic action. The Sankofa Reading Series draws its name from the spirit from the West African people, the Akan concept of Sankofa, which teaches us that to move forward, we must first go back, reclaim what was lost or forgotten. In this spirit, the series invites us to revisit the radical thought, the resistance literature, and community-based educational model advanced by SACHED, a vital part of South Africa's intellectual and political history. Through this initiative, comrades, we aim not only to preserve historical material, but to breathe life into them by curating readings, reflections, and dialogues that connect past struggles to present day organizing. The series will serve as a platform for education, remembrance, and mobilization, enabling new generations of activists to learn from those who came before them. Our objectives, comrades, will be to challenge South African exceptionalism and advancing transnational solidarity. The project will seek to actively counter the narrative of South African exceptionalism. In its place, we promote transnational solidarity as a political response to Afrophobia, xenophobia, and the persistence of colonial mindset and borders. We aim to cultivate a consciousness that sees African struggles as interconnected and interdependent. Number 2, deepening historical and political understanding among young activists. The project is designed to support young activists in developing a stronger grasp of the historical context of political developments across the African continent. By doing so, participants will be better equipped to draw meaningful links between continental histories and local struggles within South Africa. And we also seek to adapt SACHED radical educational legacy. The spirit of radical and autonomous education. This includes fostering community-based and campus-based reading cycles, enabling grassroots self-organization and sustained political learning. Last of our objectives is to build skills in critical reading and content production. The series will also focus on building practical skills in reading critically and producing original content, including writing, reflection, and discussion that responds to present-day political challenges from an informed, radical perspective. So, comrades, through the above objectives, which are interconnected, the Sankofa reading series positions itself as both an educational and political intervention, one that links the past to the present while opening up possibilities for a more just future. To give you the framework of our program, comrade, since this reading series is grounded in a decentralized place-based model that intentionally links study with active struggles, each reading group is envisioned as both political education cell and a strategy hub, a space where reflection and resistance meet. This group will operate in 4 key areas selected due to their proximity to ongoing grassroots movements focused on land, housing, gentrification, and dignity. The program will prioritize horizontal facilitation, creative methods, and community-led approaches to learning. So, comrades, I know I'm late. I didn't project my slide there, but in our discussion, we identified 4 places. One is Kandu informal settlement in Khayelitsha, and then the second one is Mandalay in Mitchell's Plain, and then the third one is the occupation in Sisikul, and then the last one is University of Western Cape. So these 4 sites will run 3 sessions in 3 months, so once per month. So the total of the sessions will be 12 plus 1. The final one, it will be a writing workshop where comrades will learn to produce original content. So it's not only about learning about consumption, it's about commitment and creation. So Sankofa reading series is designed not only as a space for learning and reflection, but also for producing concrete output, as I've just said, that can be used, adapted, and expanded well beyond the life of the project. So one of the expectations is accessible education material. We want comrades to be able to produce content tailored to grassroots audience. The output will include short articles, visual summaries, and infographics designed for ease of use and distribution via WhatsApp and other social media. This material will summarize key insights from the readings and dialogues in formats that are visually engaging and politically relevant. Secondly, we think of a social media page. It can be a website, it can be a Facebook page, it can be on X. That will serve as a repository for shared readings, event updates, participant-created content, and visual material that amplifies African histories and political analysis. This platform will also act as a tool for outreach, especially to youth and activists beyond Cape Town. Thirdly, the sustainability and the network expansion strategy. One of the core outputs will be the facilitation of a commitment among participants to continue the reading groups independently after the formal project period ends. A strategy document will be produced outlining how to expand the content of the reading circles and how to connect with similar formations in South Africa and across the continent. This plan will include steps for mentorship, knowledge sharing, and resource creation to ensure continuity and growth. These outputs, comrade, will ensure that the impact of the Sankofa reading series is not limited to its original cohort, but extends outward, sustaining the political education, building solidarity, amplifying African voices long after the final session. Comrades, this is what we are here to present as Chisimani. And I forgot one thing when I started this. I usually start this conversation by saying, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Amandla. Amandla. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you very much indeed, Pilani. Now I'll leave that comment for the discussion time. Okay, so thank you very much, and we are now going to go to Amanda Subset.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ines Senecal. I'm here with Uvuvumade over there and Kosinati Gqeberha on that side. I'm going to very quickly talk about SACHED a little bit. We are all part, together with Enver Motala over there, of some reading circles. Some are working, some are more stronger than others, and we will talk a little bit more about that. We're hoping to, and we've started as the Workers' Reading Circle, to look at the SACHED publication, Freedom from Below. And that publication came about at a time where working class organizations, not just workers' organizations, were building their power. We are at a very different moment. And I think it's interesting to go back to a publication like that and read it with this question in mind about what we're learning from the past that helps us to rethink how we mobilize and organize now. And it's that central question that we hope, through which we hope to read Freedom from Below as reading groups. And we also want to try and make what happens in the heart of the reading group visible or audible, and reach out to others who may wish to read together and read for the purpose of struggle. So our idea is that we will read in our different groups. The groups will send representatives to a workshop that we will hold together, that these different perspectives from community, from women, and from workers will begin to debate and interact with one another around this central question. And that from there we would be able to pick out some thematics, decide together on some thematic issues that we want to explore in a conversation. We also thought that it would be helpful. We've got Freedom from Below. We've divided into 5 thematic sessions that combine some of its 13 chapters into shared reading. We will summarize those and make an audio recording of that summary, and then get the different worker voices coming from their reading group and women and community voices to interact with one another and record that, so that we have a short podcast that could accompany other groups that were reading. If we're able to kind of reach this sort of maybe slightly over-ambitious goal, we would also like to open this up as a live discussion on community radio. In Gqeberha, where we are based, there's KQFM. It's listened to by a large number of people in working class communities. If we are able to persuade them to, on a regular basis, have this discussion as a live debate with phone in, it might be possible to kind of extend the reach of what we are doing. So I'm going to hand over to Vuvu to say more about our reading groups.
Oh, okay. Morning, comrades. I think it will be proper for me to start my edition after Ngo explain what is Amandla, so that will be easy for me.
Oh, thank you, comrades. I'll try to keep the mic away from my mouth because I have a fever. My name is Gqeberha. I was born and I grew up here in Gqeberha, New Brighton. I'm staying at KwaZakhele. So the next meeting should be in KwaZakhele, not here. We will host it. So just to cut this long story, very, very short, most of us who started Amandla were activists and leaders in trade unions and South African Communist Party and so forth. And at the time we felt that we were not free enough to discuss things that are affecting us as working class people. So everything would be prescribed. You don't, Steve Biko is not allowed, Trotsky is not allowed, and all of those kinds of things. So we started the Amandla as a hub of activists to start exchanging ideas, educating ourselves as equals, you know, the tradition of the Communist Party being the vanguard, so the cleverest of all. So we felt that comrades must just come down and begin to talk to each other as activists. So long story short, we have then started this and hosted a whole lot of educational programs, from politics to history of labor movements and so forth and so forth. To an extent that now we have developed relations with the university and a whole lot of other actors in the activist space, including Workers' World, which is here, So IRNA has worked with us over many, many years, including in spaces like the anti-war coalition during the days when they were invading Iraq and so forth and so forth. So actually, Amandla is not a political organization, it's just a hub for activists to learn and exchange ideas and develop strategies to struggle. Ingosi. CIC together.
Oh, okay, comrades. So, after our comrade Ngo formed Amandla, then through the discussion, Amandla grow, and through the discussion, then we managed to produce some activities. So then we end up deciding to have a study group. So 2016, it was the time that I arrived at Amandla. Then the study group started. So we conducted study group, but in different areas. We were having 7 study group in that time, but then came COVID. Then we decided not to have a study group because we don't have data for conducting the study group. Then last year we started again to started to having a study group. So we have one study group of the community study group that have people from Utnik, KwaZakele, all over Gqeberha. So in the study group we have 15, we started to have 15 comrades because we don't want a crowd of people. When we are in that study group, we are reading together, sharing and discussing together. We understand in Dobana, reading for us, it's not easy, but it's nice when we are reading together and try to explain words that we don't understand and takes those names and put it aside, and then we'll have a date whereby we'll call someone and say, Tina, we try to translate these names, but we think that we need more information about other names that is being used to the material that we are using. So we also have a study group, the women's study group, where the women's study group is discussing. We understand that the issue of water, the issues that affect us as women, and also talk about our personal issues, because sometimes we forgot that we have our own things. We go out as activists, then we saw other problems, but we forgot about us. Then in that space, it's our safe space as women, and also discuss politics. So also we have labor study group, but a study group that is run by Comrade Ngo, where they also discussed about labor-related issues, and also learn together, they read together and share, especially shop stewards, when they have problems. It's a place where they speak about their problems and give each other advice. So we think also by the SACHED material will be assisting us, so that for our study group, we don't have one material that we got at AIDC, but we have other materials that we'll read and share. And also having by organizing and mobilizing, because sometimes we check in Dobana what are the relevant options that we can use when we are mobilizing and organizing. So some of our session we had where we were having someone that speak about olden days, where the way that we're organizing in the olden days, and we share the way that we are organizing now. So, and check what are the possible things that we can take there and use it now. So, study groups, we meet fortnightly, all the groups. Then, once a month, we gather together and share the information that we have as a group, and the way that we discuss the issues, because in the women's group and community group, it's not the same. We don't discuss things in the same way. Yabo? So that's why we have those different groups and come together and discuss the. Thank you.
So I should just say one last very short thing about SACHED. It stands for the Center for Integrated Post-School Education and Training. Not my favorite name, but the work that we do is my favorite kind of work. We're a center that focuses on community adult and worker education. We draw some of our inspiration from Paulo Freire, so we use that kind of approach to work. And we have been working in this area for a number of years, since 2012, I think. So the idea is that SACHED would help to hold this project. Did I say we're based at Nelson Mandela University? I have not. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Amandla and SACHED. I just want to point out that Lunga used to run Bush Radio and is now on the board, so there's another community radio you can start working with. Sorry about that, Lunga, but you're out there. Okay, and it's now the Workers' World. Here we are.
Good morning, comrades. I was told that I should first apologize, especially to Chisimani, for the striking workers, because I work with the workers. So, on behalf of Chisimani and whoever, I had to travel. But the workers were on strike. Sorry for that. Including myself, actually. I had to land in East London instead of here. With Workers World Media Productions, my name is Lunga Kuza. I'm with Comrade Anele, who's a field worker and a coordinator in East London, but looking after Eastern Cape. I had to do a lot of editing because I had prepared a longer presentation. I thought it will be there. I'm not sure where he is. There he is. We are waiting for you. Yeah. But anyway, look, I think from our side, we had a lot of back and forth in terms of this project. Actually, we were very excited because I think my interaction with Comrade Martin, who's the director, was that let's look at working women. And he was saying, no, let's look at the municipal budget. So we were fighting the whole of last week because I felt that, okay, let me not share my my sentiment. Anyway, Workers World is a labor service organization, an LSO, but we are also registered as an NGO. Our main tool, really, we felt that in 1999, when Workers World started, that labor voice is not on the airwaves. Most of the time when you hear about workers, you only hear when they strike and kick the bins. You know, that's the only time, and it's seen as a bad thing. So we wanted to start a labor radio station then. We were using cassette. Actually, I was not there, but yeah, we were using cassette. We'll go to bush radio and put on the cassette where only the workers are speaking. But over the years, Workers' World has developed in saying that, look, let's use the media as a tool to mobilize and organize. We are celebrating 26 years this year of existence. So those are the two main projects. We are on slide 3. Okay, those are the two main projects, but when we started, we were mainly media. So we're working with 53 community radio stations around the country. So what we'll do, we'll produce that 5 minutes feature, and then we'll send it to the radio station, and then they will play it, and then we'll forcefully ensure that workers are presenting those slots on those radio stations. And then over the years, because we work with unions and community, we felt that whatever that's on radio should go to the community, should go to trade unions after that. So that's why you see mass education and organizing as part of Workers' World. So coming to the project itself, well, I was defeated, although, yeah, in terms of what Workers' World needs to do for the project. So we will we are hoping to produce a template, a booklet. That booklet will look at the funding allocation for municipalities, who's in control of it, the issue of accountability, citizen priorities, our rights. We also thought even the workers who are working for municipality don't understand or know what this budget allocation is, or where does it go, and so on. So the booklet that we are hoping to produce will exactly look at those things like corruption, the management, and so on. So the booklet itself will serve as a political education kind of a platform that we will do through study circles, workshops, and I'm hoping that we can do some media productions. Already I can see some links already while the other organization was speaking, because we work with radio and TV as well. If you know Cape Town TV 263, we gave birth to that station, Cape Town TV. So it's independent now, and I happen to be the board chair, so we can all take this project and put it through Cape Town TV. That's one platform. Yeah. So the existing material, what we will look at in terms of what we can use, I think the very, very important one will be people. People in terms of, do they know what this budget that we are talking about? Do they know where it goes? But also we'll use information that is there, internet and so on. But I think our main priority will be recording of the trade union leaders, the workers, the activists, and so on. I'm trying to run like Kama here, so I cannot breathe in between, so I can finish the 8 minutes before. So that's our budget. I know, Louise, that we submitted a lesser budget, but the red line item, we didn't include it. I hope you can forgive us. But yeah, no, I'll send it to you. But what is very important on how we are going to use this material, which is the last slide, we have what we call labor community media forums. I think it sort of explains itself. So there's labor, trade unions, there's community, there's media that I left out there. So those forums are around the country. That's where we are. We have a national structure. We're in Kailicha, we are in Tidorens, Ribi Castiel. Those are the farming communities. We are in Vatedal, Alexandra, Sebokeng, Everton, Orange Farm, Mpumalanga, Marikana, Mdantsane, Makhanda and elsewhere. All of those places we have forums. Those forums they are activists and worker leaders or unionists who are involved. They sit once a month, so they will use the booklet to do study circles, but to do workshops as well. Lastly, those are some of the platforms that we use. We're thinking that we can use the booklet as well. Like I said, Cape Town TV. We have a consortium, a media consortium that is made up of many organizations around the country, even in African countries. That we can use the booklet for, and then we are doing a lot of organizing in the farming communities. I'm thinking again, Kama, with the translations that you were talking about. We have an issue of reading, the issue of Africans that we were speaking about, Louise, yesterday. We have an online newspaper, Elita. We do film screenings like tonight. We are partnering with comrades from around here as having a film screening. We produce a beautiful documentary, Freedom is Not Free, looking at the 30 years of democracy and so on. So we'll be sharing that. Lastly, we have advice offices across the country. We have about 5 of them. Including here in East London. So we are building libraries with those. So thanks for the books as well. It will add into our library. Thank you very much, comrades.
Well, there's certainly lots of linkages and lots of possibilities, I think, across everywhere. And I'll give you a copy of Working Woman, and maybe you can sneak it in there too somewhere. Okay. I think it is also because of the municipal budget, because of the local elections that are. Okay, so Ina is suggesting, but Eleanor can suggest that in the discussion, do a woman's version of the municipal budget. It would be very interesting and something completely and utterly new. Okay, so everybody, you've got a free access to free media and airtime over there. Okay, our last person who will present today, although I think he's kind of going to get a bit of shock of this, but Gamakulu Deniso.
Greetings everyone. My name is Kamakulu Deniso. I am a visual artist and then a performance artist. We artists, we don't talk too much like academics. When Louis and John Samuels, after I've met Lawrence, and they asked me to just try to remember when I was an illustrator at SACHED Trust. So I've done this 10 drawings that shows me here being interviewed, and the person who was interviewing me is Fanyana Maziboko of the Black Consciousness Movement. And then when he saw me with my portfolio and dreadlocks and the funny jacket I was dressing for an interview, and then he said to me, I don't need to ask you a question. You are an artist. When do you want to start work? I said, tomorrow. And then I was employed at SACHED. And here it is the desk I was using. And fortunately, on the desk, it was written Tamim Nyele. And then I felt that, wow, I'm using the desk that a great artist was using. Fast forward, it was my first day receiving the material to read and illustrate. I'm sure if I didn't go to SACHED, I was going to be a kaput, angry artist. Or maybe I will be one of those artists that are with Strauss and company. I'll be big and forget the township or the people down there. But because when you are to illustrate, you have to read. So I started reading. I stopped smoking. I stopped drinking. I stopped dreaming crazy. As artists, we are crazy dreamers. Then thanks to SACHED, and those are the three musketeers, me, Kevin Humphrey and Mzwake Mhlabatsi, who were the illustrators in many books that were produced as SACHED. And then here was the typist using that old kind of typewriter IBM that has a golf typing ball in them. And then here is in the printing room, and then there's the old, what they call Gqeberha machine, that was printing all the SACHED books and magazines and books that were used by Tarrant College that has now become Kanya College. And then this my article from the Reader magazine. The article was based on the school that I was running in Sharpeville, teaching children drawing, drama and dance. And then the drawing papers, I will smuggle them out of the printing. And then SACHED helped me to have those free classes for children. And then here, I was using train from 1979 until 1993 when I resigned at SACHED. So I like to get into the train because in the train, it's a university. And then I could even read in the train when the people were preaching about God. I will be reading Gqeberha. And then one time I was arrested at Joburg Park because I didn't have my passbook. The following morning, SACHED Trust sent this guy, Kevin Soul, to my rescue. And then my favorite picture. There was this lady called Dorothea Thorne. She was a typist. And then during breaks, we used to laugh and joke and dance. One day when we were dancing, getting out of the kitchen, Director John Samuel came and we bumped at him. I don't know whether he was angry or what, but he said, "Deniso, this is not a theater." I said, "No, sorry." But when I was sitting on my desk, I said, "No, he's right. This is not the theater. I'm resigning." In the train back home, I started to scribble the resignation letter. The following morning, I knocked at his door. I said, Deniso. I said, I'm resigning. I said, why? He said, no, you told me yesterday that it's not a theater. I said, no, I said, no, you're right, it is not a theater, I'm leaving SACHED Trust. He said, what about your benefits? I said, no, I don't want those money, I'm going to the theater. for the whole year. At home, they thought I was still going to SACHED, but I was going to the Market Theatre and other theatres to check what was happening there. And then the last picture, I'm happy there because now I became one of the most recognized artists in theatre. And then I've won a couple of awards. But all in all, beside this series of works, SACHED made me to really read until I became a person who can write his own play scripts. And then I published 6 one-man plays. And then even in the township, what I do, I encourage all the children, especially the artists, to say read, so that when you are to be given a script, you will know how to read. When you are going to be given a contract, you are going to sign for your copyright, because without reading, you know, you people who are dealing with reading. And then that's all I can say about myself and SACHED. Thanks, SACHED.
Okay, our timing is good. I just wanted to, Lawrence just reminded me that I need to say that all the products are going to go on the website, the SACHED website. Okay. So as part of the collaboration and the sharing and things like that. And then, and then I think also we must do a lot of linkages to other organizations that are here to get those collaborations going. But I'm just saying we will be putting the stuff on our websites, whatever you do with them for yourselves. Okay, so I think that's where we are. Let's stop. We need to all think and talk to each other, I think, and then let's come back after tea and we will have our discussion about, we'll discuss each project and see what people think and how they think it go forward, how possibly they could work together, and so on. Okay. What's the time? Let's see. 10:15. So let's come back at 11:15. Okay, and then we've got plenty of time. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, everybody, let's restart. Let me just get everyone in. Those of you who've talked too much and didn't get tea, you can get your tea. I'm talking to Inver there. Okay, yeah, just waiting. Huh? Oh, you spoiled these guys. I would. Ha! Never mind. I didn't say. Okay, who's missing? Well, they'll come. Okay, guys, so now we're going to have trying to have a wide-ranging discussion across all our projects. I didn't think, I'm going to put Gqeberha and Gqeberha together because it's obvious. Let's have everybody talking about what they want and everybody engaging with all the projects that are here. With any of your comments, critiques, suggestions, thoughts of other ways of doing things. Okay. And the other thing is a discussion, given that we have a limited budget, and I hate talking about budgets in the beginning, but we have a limited budget. In terms of you, the organization, what is your priority product? Okay. So I know if I can just use Gqeberha. They have 3 products that they were looking at. but it's 40,000 Ks each for each product. So we haven't got the money to pay for that, okay? Unless somebody else gives their money up and gives it to them, okay, which maybe you will be generous enough to do. If we have that money, if you have that money. So that's also the kind of thing that I think we want to work on here, is what are priorities, and then first of all, let's discuss, you know, what you think of everybody's project and what you want to ask questions about. We need to have the language discussion. That's very definite. And then let's see how it goes from there. So would anybody like to start? Yes, thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Saviwe.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, I think there's no need for an apology, Comrade Lunga. So accepting or rejecting it is not the question. We can't apologize for bosses being bone-headed and creating difficult conditions for their workers, thus forcing them to down tools. You know, we should be angry with the fly SAFA bosses, you know, not the workers. No, he knows that. I'm just reminding him. He knows that. Two things, comrades. I mean, my comrade here came at a time when we just had to throw him at the deep end, so he was a little bit nervous. I think maybe I just need to add a bit more on what we are proposing in terms of the reading series. Reading series is something that is not new to Chisimane work. It's something that is ongoing. But I think this project, it helps us to structure it better. It helps us to pursue objectives whereby a process like this can catalyze some self-organizing, where participants in the process, beyond the 3 months, they need to be independently running these spaces. That's where we're looking at. Around the issue of products, we are inspired, comrades. We work in the continent, you know, different regions with different movements, and we are inspired by the work that activists are doing in that. I want to first maybe draw people to a publication called Breaking the Silence on NGOs in Africa. This book, the authors of this book, the people who contributed to this book, are the comrades in movements that we work with. They took a lecture by Professor Shifji, which was about silences in NGO discourses, critiquing the NGOization of struggle. So the comrades took that and interpreted it in terms of their movement work. So this was great inspiration for us. So one of the outcomes for this process is that when comrades have read, in the reading of these things, they need to begin to interpret this in the context of their own struggle. You see. So we are hoping maybe a much smaller booklet where people can write summaries, you know, of making sense of the content that SACHED has produced, and others can come up with visual, you know, summaries, you know, that can be, you know, in such that page that Pilani was talking about. This is where this content produced by them will reside and be shared, and also some audio, because we need to be mindful that not everybody interested in this kind of work, you know, has sight abilities. You know, some rely on audio to understand, you know, these things. So that is one thing that I wanted to perhaps factor in, that we would like them not just to read, but to read to write. You know, because I do think that, you know, if we look at education as just this process of consumption is where we get it wrong. It's very limiting. People should be able to produce, you know, be able to write. You don't have to go to university, you know, to do these things. So that is one of the things that we are looking at doing. And we are doing this, looking at them as a mechanism to facilitate self-organization. You know, it can be an outside reading. So the selection of people that are going to be participating here, it has to be people who are active in their community struggles. You know, it's not a question that I have time, I'm available, I'm interested. I think a commitment to struggle is one of the key criteria for anybody who's going to participate in the reading session. In the reading session. And secondly, we also feel that this must amount into discussions within these groups that must amount to some kind of a very simple manual on how to start a hub like that. A hub of reading, you know, a reading hub. So what are the simple steps, you know? How do you start this thing? Because sometimes when you talk about a reading group, people think that you must go look for intellectuals. You see? So we feel that this thing should be very activist grounded, you know. And what Pilani maybe did not mention is that though we have 4 sites, these 4 sites are going to be run by activists who are active in those spaces in terms of the struggles that are there, you know. So I felt that I need to add that as part of what we want to do. And I think the concept itself of Sankofa, it really kind of reflects that we have an unapologetic Pan-Africanist orientation, you know, because we do feel that this South African exceptionalism is a big problem in activism, that we are better than other Africans. And this disconnect between movements here in South Africa, activists here and activists in the world, it robs us a very important information we should be aware of, because we live in a country where we are sold policies that have been tried and failed in other African states, but they are presented to us as if they're a breath of fresh air, you know. So we think that a connection between different, you know, movements and activists beyond the borders of this country is a very important ingredient that is missing in our activism. You know, how people organize in spaces that are different from ours. We have a privilege of even saying like Futsal to Ramaphosa and still go home. But there are comrades who are mobilizing in spaces where such a thing is unthinkable. So how do they organize in that? What can we learn from those things? So I think that this is like the subtext of our approach, you know, to do this work, because we are mindful that Cape Town is the stronghold of very regressive agendas and transformative agendas here, because it is one city that has not transformed, where the inner city is white and the margins are black. You know, other countries, there are people living in the inner city. In this country, Durban, you can see that everybody can live anywhere. Joburg is like that, but Cape Town is just stuck in the apartheid, you know, spatial arrangement. And also, yeah, we think that knowledge about, you know, Africa and its struggles, it's important for comrades who are in housing struggles so that they can meet with other housing movements in Nairobi, in Lagos, in Accra, in Tunis, you know, like that, to learn from that. So that's our approach. So lastly, comrade, just to conclude, there is a lot we can say about these things. One of the things that we feel that this project is giving us, there is a platform to bring together students, community activists, comrades who have roots outside the borders of this country to engage in the learning process together, you know. So that is for us very important, and these things need to take place in sites of struggle, so that it's people who are engaged in an active struggle that can participate in these things. Because one of the sites, which is Sisikul House, Pilani did not mention, a movement called Reclaim the City. They actually repurpose an unused hospital and create a very vibrant community. The one that actually is envisaged by the constitution of this country, where you can find people who are African speaking, Xhosa speaking, people who are migrants, you know, people even who have different class backgrounds, but some are victims of gentrification. They found themselves homeless and they found a home in this place. So we feel that a site like that is important. Others have their own stories, other sites have their own very powerful stories as well. But yeah, I think as Chisimani, we've identified that there are a lot of linkages between what comrades are saying. For example, I think comrade from Kawen, I think their work when it's about, you know, how to convert the literature that exists so that it can be accessible and used, you know. I think there's a conversation, comrade, that this us coming here, we know that we need to begin to have a conversation. And also the works of my brother here are very important when it comes to political education, because part of what we do is we send the artists in activist work, in movement building work. We view artists very seriously. We don't view artists as people who must come and decorate dry political programs. You know, you must come and sing before the politicians speak or otherwise. We feel that artists have views. Artists can contribute in debate, you know. Artists cannot be seen only as performers. You know, they have to be seen as political actors, you know. So I'm very encouraged by the work. I'm going to follow what, you know, my comrade has done here and see how much of the work he does can come into this, because we feel that all these things we need to kind of begin to intersect now intentionally. You know. Thanks.
I don't know if it's a response or an addition, but I think for me as an artist who was inspired by, okay, not inspired but encouraged by my uncle to read more about black consciousness, but black consciousness as not a political state, but as self-awareness. Because most people who now run movements, they've used black consciousness as like a political statement, but not as a self-awareness statement for self to know, okay, you exist, you have abilities. Then when you know those things, then you don't have to over-explain yourself anymore. So I think as artist for myself, when my uncle was an activist, gave me books to read, like Time Longer Than a Rope, and then he made me read like, and then he told me, okay, stop rapping in English, you know, start rapping in isiXhosa. That was like 95, 94. So we started being aware of what we're saying, because our language has a frequency of understanding and impacting change. And my problem with organized organizations that are led by majority people who are not artists, they intend to follow the same problems that we are facing with the ruling parties and all over the country, that they separate their things. They focus on their agenda of looking at the state, not the state of the mind of the people. So artistically for me, I feel that we have seen the trend. For an example, Steve Biko, they've built a clinic where they were chased by the system. And then majority of people now, they're collecting, it's offices that they're interested to have. They're not interested in building things. No one is chasing anyone now. Yes, the idea is of discouraging people to do self things. But I think for me as an artist and in this project, my focus is to show young people to visualize beyond structures that are only limited to try to perpetuate this, the mindset of Uguti. For an example, in the township that embrace the township, nobody should embrace the lifestyle in a township because it keeps you there. We shouldn't celebrate 10 people who graduate. Everybody should. But nobody should go to university if they don't want to. But the society's mindset is not ready. So organization who are organizing for the sake of looking at the state, they should organize people to self-determine. So that's why we were making an example in an abandoned school, how we want those people to use the school for their own benefit, to make afternoon classes for their kids so the kids can start to understand the language. It's important. The institutions that they have with their culture, like knowing Ubuhlandi is an institution for higher learning, language, culture, all these things we have abandoned. So artistically, I would want, to show that these things exist, because some of this material are taken from realities of people's lives. But how do we visually show that to the people in a powerful way? How do we not make these things as impossible to happen? To organize people is easy. People are organized every day, but they're not organized for the sake of reorganizing themselves as people. So for me, I would work with anyone who understands that yes, art is a stimulus. Yes, these political agendas are important, but are we ready as the people to let go of the position we have as individuals? Because you get a position, people are just strong with those positions. But me as an artist, I stopped performing because I realized that once you're known, you get an ego. So, but what you remove yourself and realize every day, you need to learn and let go and reimagine. So we are reimagining the context of what is written here, from the images, from the text, from everything. We understand from the language with translation. I'm also interested, when we talk about translation, we're talking about context, what are we talking about? How the language itself was infiltrated in a sense that it doesn't stimulate. So what do we do with translation? I'm interested in that because I know that visually, certain things like these images here, they tell a story. Anyone can be given that and they can interpret it. So I think we need to engage more, maybe in the activism about the Africa as a whole. And also, how do we tell that story as Africa? Do we tell it from the position of resistance, or we telling from the position of we are fine, but it's just that we cannot keep on repeating, unlearning things that were not even meant for us to reproduce. So Buhlandi, we have an exhibition called Buhlandi, the solution-oriented platform, where abantu abadala in the community become the custodians of knowledge, keepers, like umakhulu. What's the value of umakhulu in the family, where we build families first before we build a society where someone doesn't see being valued at home. So as young people, so what we want to do, maybe working together with everyone, is like, how do we put family first? Then we organize a community. How do we organize via families and stuff like that? So Django, yesterday, he told me the story how him and his family work together. So because we become individualized and glorified outside of family, and then when we want to build a community with all this stuff, I've read them, they're always put these characters, and these characters relate to family in a way, to me, how I'm looking at it. So I think for me, whoever I'm going to work with, I think we need to go back to family and self-reliance, and also the level of education and language becomes a barrier, and also the reading, most material will be read, and not everyone reads in South Africa, but everybody can read controversial information because that energy is already out there. It's the most popular one. So I'm trying to find something that is not gonna raise anyone to protest, because I don't want to raise kids that understand protesting. I'd rather raise kids who could build their own community outside of the state, in a way.
It was off.
Okay. I think my contribution as an artist to this, the education space, the reading space, taking it from Ngungiwa Tiongo when they were doing public performances to conscientize the communities or the masses, and then also taking it from my own experience through SACHED from 1979, when I was first employed at SACHED, reading, and then my mind grew both artistically and educationally, because the Bantu education system didn't allow arts in the education system. So it became my now concern, because I was working with children, and the children, they like to play. Then I planted reading into them. And then 1981, at our local arts center in Sharpeville, exclusive section in Sharpeville, the municipality wanted us to pay rent. And then we as artists, we said no. In fact, the municipality must pay us money because we are helping children for free. And then, but we took that to the community by doing public performances. And then when the community see you with a guitar or doing some acrobatics, they come and we're doing basking. And then as the community was around, like Biko did when he organized sports, football matches, and during intervals he will just address the people. So we used art in Sharpeville in that case. And then we did that in 1981, 82, 83, doing public performances. And then in 1984, there was Sharpeville rent and electricity uprising, because art was attracting people, and then we let the politicians at that time, especially the Black Consciousness group, to talk to the people. Today, a lot of young people, they are on their phones, and you will find them every corner. They are sitting there playing with their phones. Yeah. So they have divided attention. Even in the home, you find that the cook still watching. Right. 2023, I took my son, he is a guitarist, and then we went to the Sharpeville Human Rights Monument. That's where the Sharpeville 1960 people were killed. And then there was a free Wi-Fi next to the library to that place. And we saw young people playing with phones. And then me and my son, we went there and did busking. And then they started to stop watching their phones and watching the music. And then what was intriguing, my son is an albino. So it was like, look at this albino. Everyone wanted to play the guitar. I can't be beaten by an albino. I want also to play a guitar. And then I'll have a chance to talk to them about the situation in the past and the situation they are in. And using what Professor Mphahlele used to say, you must go to the elderly people because those wrinkles on their faces are pages of history. So even now we are encouraging children that are working with us to go to the elderly people to know the history and other things. I think in this instance, what I will encourage through SACHED or any group, if you want to tell your organization, because people don't read nowadays, and then you can write and post on social media. They just watch comics and other things. But if we can use art to attract, because in the township people are not working, there are a lot of people around. And then with my son, we are making some money because as he plays there, he put a basket there, and then people throw 2 cents, 5 cents, 1 rand, and then at the end of the day, he's got about 200 rand or so, but we are making money also telling the people, because the radio and the TV, they don't give out really message that is needed. Maybe it's when SACHED and you organization can use art for that to attract the people, and then you can tell them what are you having. Maybe in the open performances we can also displays SACHED books or other books, because especially children, our target is children, those that are still young to get into reading. So that's what the artist can contribute to this. Thanks.
I just wanted to pick up, sorry, I'm going to talk to you just as part of the participation, so I'm hoping everybody will just start talking. Okay. I don't know who's got the upstarts or where the upstarts are. I thought I did. Anyway, I lent them to you guys last night. I saw you put them back. I don't know where they are now. But we, in recognition of Upbeat, when I was running a newspaper in Makanda, I had a printing press. Oh, that's an exciting thing to have. And we started a school newspaper called Upstart. We started it by ensuring that the students self-selected. So we put a box out. We went to all the principals, asked them if it was okay, sent out an advert saying, are you interested in life, love, and everything else? If so, fill in your name here, put it in the box, and we will call you to a meeting to start this newspaper. Anyway, that's just the way the newspaper started. There are 3 copies around here, but it was taken long, and now it's grown in the journalism department. It's way beyond a newspaper. It's everything. It's the radio. It's all sorts of things, and it's become a major program. But the very interesting thing that because I worked on it in the beginning before people took over, was this. I wanted to pick up on the history, the wrinkles of the history. Okay, is that we got kids to go out and interview their parents, also to go and do history on the schools that they were in, like Mary Waters High School or Benjamin Mashlasela or whatever school that they went. So they had to interview, they had to develop timelines, they had to learn to listen, and they had to write. And obviously we worked with the editing, but so much that was so interesting that came out of that. And I mean, I could give you examples, but not take up time. So there is so much you can do with an upbeat. I mean, this came out of upbeat. You can do your own upbeats, your own histories, using the kids to interview, get them to interview the parents, although they'll say to them, I'm so sick and tired of hearing about the struggle. That's what kids used to say to us. I don't want to hear about the struggle anymore. But anyway, maybe they will listen. So I think there's a lot to do that you can do there. So I'm just picking up on this issue of it's very local history we're talking about. Okay, Makanda history or the family history as you were talking about. There's so many ways you can strengthen what you've been talking about through that kind of process and activity.
Right, I think let me just go after that. It's quite exciting to be here, I must say. I think from yesterday when we got here, we had conversations about our learners, reading and writing, literacy, and the importance of having these structures in place. And I think during tea time, Lerato and I were just debriefing to say this is what we have been talking about all this time, because Gqeberha Youth has been there, and our model was based on tutoring. So learners come to our branches, and then they come and tell us that I'm struggling with A, B, and C. We have our tutors that have mastered these subjects in their matric year, and they come and volunteer their time. But as time went and we started working with the grade 8s and grade 9s, we realized that they're still full of life. They still want to play around. So there's a bit more structure needed there in terms of how you tutor them, the education, the exposure that you bring. And that's where we also realized that the reading and writing is very important at that particular age. And if we could then have a structured program to say, when grade 8s and grade 9s come to our branches, rather than them saying that, oh, okay, we have homework, this is what we need to do, we have a structured program where we are saying this is the literacy program. You will learn how to read and write. And I think the exciting part about literacy is that it's very broad. It comes with the art space. It could be done through drama. It could be done through storytelling. It could be done through your academics. So it also then expands your knowledge about a lot of things. You could do debates, discussing things that are happening in their communities, and also adding, I think what Louise is saying in terms of the magazine side as well, just coming together with these ideas. So when we started looking into that, we started approaching universities. I remember last year we had a lot of meetings with UNISA because we wanted to ensure that when we develop our curriculum, it's not just material that will be used for Gqeberha Youth, but we are able to say to our partner organizations that if you have your grade 8s and grade 9s, this is what we have been doing with them. So, yeah, and the conversations have been ongoing. I think our challenge has been funding, which we are still looking out and sending proposals. But I think with the material that we already have from today and the conversations, Lerato and I are already saying when we go back to Joburg, I think we can start at this particular branch with a group of students. We do have at least this book as a base, as a structure to say, okay, for our sessions for the month, we can focus on how to construct a sentence. We equip our tutors to ensure that they take our learners through that, and then add exciting parts on top of that existing structure. We are currently in 15 branches nationally, so our grade 8s and 9s are over 2,000 that are enrolled in our program. So you can already imagine if we are piloting it in Tembisa, Johannesburg, Ebony Park and Ivory Park, and it works, we're able to then say, we've started with this reading and writing club or literacy program, and we're expanding it to other branches as well, and using Ebony Park and Ivory Park as our base. So I think it's just exciting to hear and see how can we try and collaborate, even when, let me quickly check my notes. Black Power Station in Makanda, when they were presenting, I was like, okay, we actually have a branch in Joza, and how can we ensure that our beneficiaries partner with them? And even if it's art, but we know that there's a program that, you know, they are part of. So hence why I'm saying, more than anything, I'm just having goosebumps. And I said to Lirat, I hope that when we go back to Joburg, we don't just get excited and, you know, leave things. We start literally tomorrow practicalizing everything. So I think that's where we are as the Gqeberha youth. I'm not sure if Lirat will add on the go, but yeah, we are quite excited. Thank you.
I just wanted to thanks, Monga. I just wanted to say for you. Okay, there we are. Now, when I got to Joburg after leaving Makanda and we went up to Joburg to live, I went to a Gqeberha youth at Ibony in Every Park. And what I was really impressed by was they didn't lecture. The children came there with their problems. And they would find a tutor they identify a tutor who could help with that problem. So there was no classes being held. It was just problem solving, in that time. It was so impressive because the students were initiating the content around their own problems. They were owning the process, and that's how they worked. I was knocked sideways because I had never seen that happening anywhere, except in SACHED. Because that's in a way how our distance education programs ran. You got your information in your books and you did your problem solving in the face-to-face situation. So that's what I saw, and it was stunning. So I think there's also things that you can teach people, obviously. And don't say, even though it's art. You said, even though it's only art. I thought, whoa, Mr. X, you better start speaking fast. Sorry, Lunga wants to talk.
Yeah, you got it.
Thanks, comrades. Currently, NGOs are struggling with funding, big time, and it has came to a point. Instead of us working together, we have a competition. Where if I do have money, I will do more than you. I know you are struggling. I can even take over the constituency that you work with. This really says to me, when we speak about municipal elections and municipal budget next year, it's exactly the same thing that is done by the same political parties. In the Western Cape, we have an issue of a race card in everything. Where, who's this minister there? Minister of Sport, Gaten Mackenzie, and his party, they will really go into the corner and say, remember you are coloureds, vote either coloureds, And then the ANC on the other side goes to Khayelitsha and say, you can vote it, you can take the food parcel from the DA and so on, but remember, You are Xhosas and you must vote the party that belongs to you. This is the same thing that's happening with us in the NGO sector. I'm coming to Comrade Switch's point that, these conferences can be good, and come up with good ideas. But once we leave this beautiful hotel here, we don't talk the same language. I'm proposing again the issue of integration of our work. One of our priorities at Workers World is that if you are at work, you become a worker, and then when you are at home, you become an activist. How do we build a bridge? When you go home, you become that worker still, but you become an activist. When you go to work, you become an activist, but a worker at the same time. Already I'm thinking, I do a lot of work in the farming sector. When that worker leaves in the morning, they go and leave their children in the creche, and in that creche they are not taught anything, like anything. They are just there to play and be told to sleep and wake up and wait for your parent. It's what they are told in these farming creches. So if I have a multimedia approach in terms of what Kao was talking about, in terms of using that booklet with that audio, video, material, while that child is waiting for his or her parent to come back, it could add. So when I go into that farm carrying that, I can go to the farm worker, but I can also drop this at the ECD. That's my thinking already. Lastly, there's an issue around, again, this issue, one of the campaigns of the LCMF, it's, food security. I'm thinking again, we're doing local budget, but how does it speak to food security? What will that booklet say about that person who wants to build a garden or who wants to do that art? And I was saying, when they were asking, are you going to do the whole country, looking at the budget, the whole country? And I was saying, hey, it might be difficult with limited resources, but, an area like Makanda, every day you hear an artist or an activist coming out of Makanda, but then you look at the situation in Makanda, does it change? Doesn't change. Why? Do they understand? I'm not gonna go to Makanda and tell them what to do or what to say, because I believe Makanda is equipped already. But how do we use this platform of local budget and the understanding of it in the area? The new, the movement there. Okay, let me not go into it. Let me not go into it. But anyway, the last part to it, what I wanted to speak about was that already I'm thinking there's a branch, a Gqeberha branch in Cape Town. So I will tell a worker to go to a Gqeberha branch and because we don't know what is happening. Really, we go to work and come back and do domestic duties and it ends there. Whether that child that goes to Gqeberha offices, what he or does, we might not even know at times, because we are parents and it ends there. So I'm thinking of that integration in terms of how we will work. But one thing, that really disturbs me is this issue of race. It becomes a big issue because in Cape Town, that, like Oswald said, Cape Town, Sea Point, the budget allocation there, like it was done by apartheid and then come colours. It's white people coloured and then your black people. That's the mentality that we have, even in terms of this budgeting, of the local government. And that's how it's still done in Cape Town, for example. So by getting whatever, where's this one? Okay. Deciding to, maybe it's one of them distracting me now from, but anyway, how do we then, this booklet could work, and how do we change our mindset, You know, when this budget we go to IDP sessions to eat because they don't say anything to us. You know, IDP sessions used to take the whole day and will contribute, and we would want to see what comes out of it. But these days, it's for transport because that's how we are taught, you know. But anyway.
Quick question, because
Let's go back to the question. And then
Okay, so you want to have your question first?
No,
Okay,
I think it's me now. Thanks very much. Well, I just want to speak to what Comrade Lunga has raised now about the fact that we are, when we leave here, then you know the collaboration weakens immediately. So, and I think that's a really important point. The point about bringing everyone together. It's not just simply to say, well, how will you use the SACHED materials in your own work? And I think he's suggesting that we have to go beyond that, actually. And that is really a very important, critical question, because it also raises a question of competing for resources instead of acting collectively. So I'm not so sure. I don't certainly know how to say that there is a way of working together. But I think that's what we have to think about. Lunga's question is raising the possibility of, and in my view, the only way you can think of doing that is by finding a common project which you might all, while you do your own work, some element of it can become a part of a joint collaborative project, because in that way you do two or three things. One, you keep in touch with each other. Secondly, you disseminate your work in this collective way. Others get to know more concretely what you do. And thirdly, because we in SACHED always struggled about where to get money, this is one way nowadays of saying, well, let's put in a joint kind of funding approach so that we can, all of us, be party to this and raise money together as a collective. They may well be, and we should seek from amongst ourselves, and with John, who was very good at raising and has raised all the funds, to be honest, for this particular work, to say to him, well, who's the funder who might be able to. So the money issue is last, but I think we must get to it. The big issue for me that's coming out of what Lunga's saying is there no way. So it even means that this today, we should use today, the day today, to try and tease out some of those collaborative links, possibilities. When at tea time, I spoke to Lunga, I spoke to Siviwe, I spoke to Lauren about things which I thought intersect with some of the work we've been doing, you know, in SIPSET now. And after I heard you, comrade, there's another area which is also now intersecting with what you are saying. So there are ways, I think, of our beginning right here at this workshop to finding the connections. There are obviously some big connections between Gqeberha Youth and Lauren's work, and I can't remember everybody's names, and forgive me for that. I think it comes with the age also, that you begin to sort of can't remember all the names. But the point is that if we can start doing that, using this very workshop, this opportunity to start pulling together in that way, then maybe we won't forget each other tomorrow morning.
No, I just a quick question for Comrade Lunga around this work of this booklet on the budgets. Maybe just clarity on maybe Workers' World thoughts on this about let's work on an assumption. Let's fast forward. We do have the budget, the booklet on the budget, you know. What is the Workers' World idea or some thoughts about people, how they should look at the budget itself, and how probably should interact with that booklet? You know, I mean, it's a resource, you know. I just want to know, maybe from your thoughts, what do you hope that this resource will inspire? I'm saying this because you are talking about something that affects everyone here and everyone that walks the street, basically, you know. So, what are the organization's thoughts about this? That, okay, look, we want to do something that, in the best of circumstances, we want this to unleash an engagement of this nature or something like that. I think maybe if you can just get an inside look, because you did some serious thinking around this. You said that you debated this as an organization, and there was even a contribution here from Ina that the issue of women should not be like it's either this budget or women issues, but they can, you know, work together. So yeah, I'm interested if you can just maybe expand on that, because I think the issue of how municipalities, you know, handle budgets, it's really something that we should be taking seriously. It's probably a point of convergence in terms of how we need to work, and I agree 100% with what Comrade Enver has just said now, that this should be seen as a beginning, not just as an occasional huddling, you know. It should be seen as the beginning of a process where we engage about this. I think on that point, maybe I would further say that we perhaps need to see this as a start and agree on maybe a series of strategic reflections on our work, so that we can get clarity of the synergies. And where, you know, I would probably say, Louise, to challenge, you know, the team, that you probably should think about arranging this, that we can have discussions on a strategic level, where we can even begin to, the more clear we are about what we can do together, I think the closer we come, we can say we can develop a joint project. You know, it's not going to just manifest. It would need to be discussed, you know, amongst ourselves. But a platform to do that, whether we do have online tools now which we can use, you know, because we can't always come to PE, book hotels and all of that. We really, those are resources we don't have, you know. So just to mitigate that, can we, yeah, Lunga, that's for you. Then Louise, I'm challenging you.
So if I may, several of us are talking about reading study action groups, and I think that our shared reflection can enrich one another. We as we go along, what is working for us, where are we struggling, how do we make sense of what is happening, I think that would be helpful. So if there was a way that we could talk about that. And then I think there also, for me, certainly sort of connections around how we communicate what we are discovering. And so we've chosen podcasts. We were hoping the Workers' World Media that we can work with Yaziwe and the recording equipment that you already have in our community, so that we are strengthening both your work, but also that we can piggyback on the knowledge and resources that are there in the LCMF in Gqeberha. So that wasn't in the proposal of the budget. It's a little side, a little side thing. Then I think the other issue that sort of kind of came back into my head when you spoke, Xolani, was that this idea of how, and actually was there in the conversations about the role of art and performance. So how do we build consciousness, and consciousness around what? And I think that that could be a really interesting discussion, because if we are Paulo Freire reading study group, what was the term we used? Paulo Freire learning labs. At the root of it is consciousness. So, and our ideas about social change, how that comes about. So you had articulated a really important path. But for some of us who come out of struggle, we see that that is another path, and they're not mutually exclusive. We can also struggle in different ways. So I was thinking that these are two sort of themes for me that connect, but it's also not disconnected from what young people are doing in schools. And what we support, the learning that we support for our children to have. So yeah, I'll just stop there because I'm a bit waffly now. The other part was, so I have the pleasure of sitting on the side of the room and looking at those beautiful drawings. Wow, they are alive, and they talk to me in a way that that is beyond words, and it reminded me that and I'm sorry to do this when we were kind of old person's conversation, but art and artistic expression was a really important part of how we both mobilized, kept ourselves strong, and I think it is still there, but it is it's possibly less participatory. In the area where I lived in the 1980s, we painted a mural on the side of a bottle store. And we did this as a big community project of cleaning up in that area. And everyone who came to paint and who were interested in painting were in the mural. So it wasn't people with big names. There was the ducks that walked down the street. There were a pig somewhere in the corner. We traced ourselves on cardboard in different poses, and you can imagine lots of them had a first. And then we put those outlines on, draw those outlines, and then we painted into them. Some people were really good at doing faces, others just did the material of a skirt. So I'm thinking that, and it's partly inspired by your writing with your drawings, is whether we could kind of popularize some of what we're reading together, not just in a podcast, but in a mural and with writing, and with a little link to where you can find more. So it was. Yeah, I'm rambling. I'll stop right now.
You've got a whole new product going there. Hello, Molweni. Uh, I feel very loud with the microphone, Lena. But I think I want to echo a lot of what's already been said, in that I do think, one, there's a lot of natural convergences, kumsebenzi, that everyone is doing. There's a lot of work happening in the worker and political education space. There's a good amount of work happening with actual high schools and nabantwana in primary schools. And I also think there's a good potential for collaboration. I think I would want to suggest if we can perhaps have a drive of kind, or some kind of space where we can upload kind of work that we're doing for each of us to be able to share, and also to potentially have a communications channel, which is one, perhaps rhythmic, whether it's quarterly, monthly, bi-monthly, kind of check-in, if you will, and time for strategic reflections, but also a place where maybe we can pop messages. I'm nervous to say WhatsApp. I know I have too many groups myself, but maybe we can be disciplined about the usage of the groups, such that, you know, it's a group we're glad to be in, but allows there to be existing channels for the collaboration to happen, and grow. And I think definitely from the perspective of Utaqa, there's a lot of opportunity to work with people here to do, you know, some really good work. I think you go and you, at least on the side of content production, you go and you produce content and make these books or make audio books. Then it becomes a separate challenge of, can you get them to children? And there's a lot of programs here that are running on the ground kind of programs with abantwana, or even get with, you know, the archiving work we do here, which would go beyond children for the adults. So I'm also keen to work with everyone here, I guess, one on the production side, but also more on distribution and getting it to people to read and enjoy. Yeah, Mandeshle, thank you.
Sorry, we just wanted to ask quickly if there's anybody virtually. Just say that if anybody who's in the meeting virtually would like to ask a question or raise their hand, please do so, and then we will pick up soon. Okay, thanks. Vuvu?
Oh, okay. Molweni kwakhona. Umna ndicinga into yobana there are many presentations that I think we can work together here. As already Workers' World, we are working together, and on a tea time we're speaking with Ubhuti about the project Yabantwana, and Amandla, that is having a program that fighting for scholar transport for kids, and the relations with SATU. So maybe it will be relevant for us and easy to interact with the SATU and presenting how do we feel about this project Yobhuti. But I think we need a meeting whereby we can project what we can work with them. And also I think some of the project here to study group, it's also produced some program, because by discussion and reading, sometimes we are talking about unemployment, and the unemployment, we saw that many people are unemployed and people outside are heavy poverty. So the issue of poverty, then it also linked to us to issue of what are we doing, trying to bring alternatives for our communities. Then we started to say, okay, let's start the community garden so that we have something that is happening to the ground. So I think the work of the study group, although that we are reading and discussing, it also goes and have some iziphumo So the other part, you're sorry. So it gives us answers that, oh, okay, as long that we are busy with this and trying to check the issue of the unemployment and poverty, then let's do something. So it also gives us a space where we go to the communities and have time that we interact with the community members. So I think also the issue of, in the women's study group, issue of water and how it affects women. I know it affects everyone, but especially women, because it's most of us, it's us that are cooking, it's us that need water the most, making washing. So it also teach us how to check alternatives in our society. But I'm thinking of working together, we can do more, but not that more of the ANC, our more. And the other thing that I wanted to touch, it's the issue of reading. As I said before, we understand our societies, okay, communities, we are lazy for reading. Ours, as Utata said, that you will see, we are used to on this, yabo. But I think we are trying, because when we are checking the social network, is also, it's assisting us on mobilizing, but it also yasmosha somehow. That's why we were checking the ways of organizing in olden days and the ways of today. So by having also the pictures, I think I was not I was not a person that used to knowing okanye taking myself and learning about pictures. But today, while Tata was explaining, I was like, oh, okay. I didn't understand where Comrade Nko putting the pictures in the office and all those things. And then now I started to learn, oh, okay. So it's also the learning process, this one. And by learning, it's not, even in this room, we learn to each other. So that was my contribution.
Oh, it was muted. Yeah, I think for me, as I was reading when I was home, when I looked at the organizations that I hear, and I always checked, because the internet allows us to check up on organization. I know about the Gqeberha, Gqeberha is just in my backyard, Amandla, I read about them. And then I was like, okay, imagine everyone here, obviously this is the struggle, as he was saying, each one is looking out for themselves, because every organization, at the end of the day, they need to survive. But the beauty of us being here, we are collected by an organization. So sort of looking, I felt like it's more like a reflection of what they used to do, but in a different way. It's like normally people go to an expo where they showcase what they do, and you have never seen an exhibition of organizations where they exhibit to show what they do. And for me, I've written few words here in Xhosa, and then I ended in English. A reason why people would connect, you need to have isizathu, reasons. Insingiselo means like the deeper reason, like the intention. I think no one will collaborate with anyone if they don't have an intention. And whether the intention is selfish or the intention is for collective effort. So I think for me, most organizations, the reason why they would not work together or come to a function, functions are always working, but it's just people who would go in that function thinking that it should be directly to them. Then if it's not working in that sense, then it's not gonna work, even if you are the one blocking it. Like for me, I'm afraid of, for years as an artist, as an art activist, I don't join organizations that are dominantly trying to prove government, because they don't listen, because that's the projective, and I like it because I learn from them, but from a distance. So I always want to do something that me and my friends we're gonna prove, like why we use Steve Biko as an influence. He built a clinic where they were chased. I've built a Black Power station. It's not funded. It's working, because the idea was like the funding must follow the vision. Even if there's no money, I would survive. So for me, the intention now to work with anyone is that we must understand that what are we changing the society from ourselves, then it's easy for now to resist whoever wants to condition us for their own purpose. So I think here I'm willing to work with everyone here, because I can see the connection with things that I've been trying to do, like with the school in Farmerfield that we're trying to start, and we will start it. We've been cleaning it since last year. We're going this weekend again. We want to open it in January, the preschool there, and we're going to start the classes. So there's no funding, it's just me and my artist. And then I believe with structured organization, most of them that are here, these programs are easy for them, not really easy because there's no funding, but they're not part of the priorities to others. So that's why other things become like an extra effort, because it's not your core thing. So if we could collaborate based on, okay, I'm interested in it, but it's not my core, we use the word mandate, like, then let's try and find a balance, like an ecosystem that could make us collaborate without you feeling that I have to do an effort. I have to too much admin. We already have targets to prove. So for me, I don't live in that way. That's why it's difficult for me to find this izinto, because okay, I know the answers comes from me because I'm the founder. It's like, okay, guys, we're gonna do this. Oh, wanna do this way? Okay, why not? So I think for me, the intention is the most important part, and reliving the history of like race, class, and the culture that most people were deprived of practicing. So I think for me, in this modern time, I believe using our own culture as to navigate our position in the society is the key. And I think with the intention of using this material, it's clear for me, because that's what we've done at the Black Power Station. Entering the Black Power Station, the highest currency to enter is paying with a book. We have over 100 books inside. Yeah, you pay with a book. If you don't have money but you have a book, you pay with it. So we have different books inside. Everyone, before the show starts, we have to read a book. It's like you are forced to read. If it's one line, you have to read. Even it's a terrible book written, you would read it so to interpret how terrible it is, and then how much we could change it, because there's books written on politics, history, social movements that are based on trying to adapt social movements from Europe to South Africa, and South Africa is trying to adapt to the world, So that's why we constantly cannot fix problems, because we are trying to create. So with art, you can, like she was saying, she's looking at the images behind. I'm sure in her mind, one artwork can have a discussion for the whole day. But for me, I'm trying to say with the poetry we're going to write and the murals we're going to do will be a reflection of the young people or older people we're going to be working with, so that it's not limited, it's new ideas. The struggle's never stopped, but it's just take a new shape, and we should be flexible about it and sisithethe as it is. And I think finding la ntsingiselo or intention and to work together is the key, you know. For me, that's what I can say. I can't wait to write, do a mural, make Makanda and one mural at the school where the kids are. So yeah, I'm ready to work, so enough talking.
Me? Okay. Now the talk sounds like in my head capitalist nigger. We were discussing with Lawrence about these artworks. They are no more mine. SACHED has bought them. So we are talking, Lorenzo, hey ma, I'm going to leave them with SACHED, and SACHED is going to pay me. But where is SACHED going to put them? So that was the unfinished conversation with Lawrence. But now, since now everybody is talking about them, it reminds me of one gentleman in Sharpeville. May his soul rest in peace. He was this guys in the township. He was matlagadaga, you know, dressing like horrible, like the punk. You know, we could mistaken him with a hobo. He used to visit my art center. One time he came to me and he said, hey man, Kamas, that's my township name. Kamas, can you give me bread and tea? And I said, hey Bartogo, unfortunately, I don't have money. He said, you are mad. Because I had some of my artwork on the wall. He said, you are mad. Don't have money. Change it, these checks. And then I said, oh, I'm not doing art. I'm designing checks. Now I must find how I am going to, maybe SACHED could say now they are having these 10 checks. And then they can start to say, okay, one check is 100,000. No, we are not going to ask you to give 100,000. All right, maybe John could say, okay, we have these 10 artworks, and he can go maybe to Standard Bank and say, how can we bring those guys, especially black people who are having millions of rents, or Standard Bank, or Strauss and Company. Let's auction these checks, and so that each organization that is here knows that, yes, this is our checks, and then maybe you'll pay me some copyrights. And then, because I understand us in the township, we do good work. but we are not charging for that. That's what is killing us. We should find a way to say, we must somewhere charge. We are selling our service, our skill. And then if we go to a company, not with our cap in hand, say, can you buy this? Because with the money we are going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe that's where the artist can also contribute into this. Mm.
No, I was gonna say tomorrow. Fortunately, I'm still around. Tomorrow we are going to Black Power Station. Um, Fortunately, we have the forum meeting tomorrow. So me and Comrade Anel in the forum. We are, whether you like it or not, we are there tomorrow. Same with Canva. We are at their offices tomorrow to try and yes. The other issue that is there, one of the campaigns that we've been trying to revive is around taking ownership of community radio stations. Radio Grahamstown is dead. Can't we work on that? Canva, Black Power Station, and Ingrid, yes? Yes, can't we do that? That's the question that we need to discuss when we leave here. I'm not from Makanda, but that's the forum that is there. It's talking around that issue. We have a good relationship with the media studies at Rhodes, as well with Comrade Shepi there. Let's reactivate that discussion as one, and then we can use the material that we're talking about there at that same radio station. But in trying to attempt to answer Comrade Switch, I was happy when I was looking at this program and seeing that there will be discussions at the back, and then because we don't have all the answers come. And this platform is creating exactly that. If we are going to discuss the presentation that is done by Ulunga or Comrade Daniel in this space, and then there's an opportunity to discuss that presentation, then the answers will come out of that. That's my belief. But moreover, what we said we will prioritize is two things. It's being biased towards the community and the workers when we do this booklet. And secondly is the issue of consciousness. Thanks.
So I want to just follow up what Comrade Lunga has just said, actually. You see, I think we've got general agreement that there is... Is it working? Well, I think there's not fairly wide agreement here. There's nobody who said, no, we can't work together. But really, the difficult thing about all of this is to where do we start? How do we actually get cracking with that? And I like Comrade Olile's idea that there has to be intention. So I would like to say that, yeah, we must agree that to do something which is based on collective and solidaristic intention. And I think everybody subscribes to that already. There is I don't think there's any difficulty about working intentionally in a collective and solidaristic way, you know. And I take the point you also been making, Comrade Malile, about organized to self-determine. You said that earlier when you were speaking. So I think there's a bigger need to talk about what that actually means relative to the issue of consciousness development, because some of us are political beings, right, having been born in a period when it was impossible not to contest state power. Are you with me? And I can see what you are saying, that the present models, the most dominant forms of contesting state power today are so regressive, so problematic. You know, all these political parties are in fact, they are poison. So in a way, I can understand a perspective that says, begin with yourself, you know, try and self-determine where you are. It's not exactly what anarchists are saying, but there are elements of and I share those views. I'm not cynical about them at all. I think we must somehow arrange through a discussion in all the forums of Workers' World Media, a discussion about this question of consciousness and what it means. But there's already for me a clear, well, an example of what can be done. Here's an example. You can throw it out of the window, but here's an example for me. We have Workers' World Media right here. Sorry to pick on you, but it's so obvious to me that each of the organizations here we can develop a project in which Workers' World Media is the conduit for promoting the work, for explaining the work, for generalizing the work of each of the organizations that is here. Because we have Workers' World Media right here, and making it more generalized knowledge, publicize it more widely, which means that for each organization, and here I'm taking a chance, because I think each organization must think for itself. But in order to be as concrete as possible in the suggestion I'm making, I want to say each organization should identify what it regards as absolutely key to its work. So, for instance, an organization which is deeply embedded in public media, output, murals, art, etc., should say, this is what we are good at. This is what we want everybody to know in all the 50 forums that we can reach through Workers' World Media. They can secondly say, who are the people we work with? Which communities do we work with? Because I find it really very, very useful to know that the organizations that we work with, radical organizations, clarify exactly who the constituencies are that they are hoping to engage with, work with, develop the capabilities in those very constituencies as part of the development of those constituencies. And they could demonstrate some of that by actually showing what they do in conjunction with. Because this question of how you work with communities is absolutely central to a lot of our thinking. Because there are these liberal ways of doing things, there are patronizing ways of doing things, there are charitable ways of doing things, and the effect of all of those ways of doing things is to increase dependency instead of getting rid of it. Instead of insisting that this is what we will do to initiate or facilitate or support if it comes from you. And after that, it's up to you to get on with it. Otherwise, we just increase dependency. And so by doing that, we share what we are relatively good at, what we've thought about, including the problems we face in doing our work, and in that way start building up this collective, this solidaristic collective, much more widely than by just meeting occasionally. it becomes, a core of our activity. There's a work in which Erna and us are involved in, where they've created a we all know, we've got about 10 WhatsApp groups. You're quite right. I'm in the PSO and I've got about 7 of those WhatsApp groups, which is dealing with that. So I'm not asking that we reproduce that, but I am thinking that there's a way of concretely taking forward this collaboration, and ultimately when it starts working, let's assume it happens, and let's assume we have 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions. Out of that, in order to build on it, out of that, we should then have discussion about where are we going with all this, or what is the next step, the next goal. The budget process, for instance, for me, is such a critical process for the whole nation, for the whole country, for every municipality, for every town and every township. It can be generalized in that way, and in fact, it's a huge strategy for mobilization, in my view. So in the same way, this type of collective learning can be generalized, and everybody can support the process of collective solidaristic learning, and then later for defining where are we going. What's the alternative? The truth is, let me say finally, the truth is that we're putting, in the work we are trying to do, is we're putting forward an alternative society, trying to understand what's a different kind of society that we want to build. This present system cannot exist, cannot last, it's just destroying lives. It's murdering, everybody who is poor. It's declaring war on all those who resist this barbaric global system. And ultimately, we have to, and we are, not we have to, we are putting out an alternative view of the world and alternative methods of generating the momentum for a new world order, new different kind of world. And that's what I think we should be fairly, positive about, not defensive any longer. Thanks.
I was going to kind of round up now.
I have a question. Yes. Yeah, I do have a question. I think the discussion, I like it, is very comradely, and as organizations who operate in a context of all sorts of contestations and divisions and all of that, how do we, what kind of agreement or position we can agree on in terms of how we manage our differences? Because we're going to differ with opinions, we're going to differ with strategic approaches, we're going to differ with tactics. You see, just for what we started, not to collapse. I have that question in my head. Because we work in the arts. We work in children's education, different kinds of we work in. Some of us publish, some of us do this. So in trying to find ourselves into a self, because I view a self that it's a collective that agrees. on principle. That's a self for me. I'm not looking at it in individual terms, So in that, how do comrades feel that we handle differences? I'm asking this because we happen to communicate using tools, which is a language that is very detailed and very rich on how we differ, but very stingy on what is common amongst us. It's very easy to say, look, we're different in this way, and it's an uninteresting argument to say we breathe the same air. You see, so I'm not saying let's answer this, but I'm saying this is also an issue to engage with, because sometimes if we do not engage with that, we might find ourselves, unwilling to work together, because technical differences tend to be elevated to ideological differences, whereas they are just tactical. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it's more of a comment after the listening to Sir when you spoke about dependency syndrome. And it has been in my mind for the longest time that the reason why a lot of us end up, succumbing to the ideas of those who feed us, it's because we can't sustain ourselves. And at the end of the day, it's an issue of following what is required of us, but not being conscious of what is needed on the ground. As somebody who's been in the NGO space for some time now, now the movement, it's toward numbers. So it's not about the quality, but it's about the quantity. One moment you are recruiting 20 learners with 2 tutors who are helping the learners, and the next morning you wake up, there's 100 learners with 2 tutors. Yeah. The quality has decreased. And it reminded me of what Thomas Sankara said, that the hand that feeds you controls you. And with that, it made me thought that as we're starting this forum, one of the things that we need to really put an effort in is how do we bring self-sustainability? That, for example, if we're starting a podcast, how do we look at that podcast as a tool to generate income that can help us make decisions that still speaks to a child in need, not a stat, not a number, not an entry, but really solve the problems that we are passionate about. So that really came into my mind to say, as we think about this, because we know funding, it's a big issue, but there's alternatives. And how do we ensure that in the conversations we have, we are constantly thinking about those alternatives, auctioning a picture so that we could be able to still run the projects we want. So yeah, that's a thought I had.
Thank you. Phew, thank you very much. We've had a wide-ranging discussion, okay, which has gone from top to the bottom and sideways and every which way. And a lot of issues have been raised. I think quite a lot of this can be dealt with in the way forward, but I think we must realize we're going to have to take small steps first, okay? So, for example, the SACHED project doesn't intend to exist after the end of this year. Okay, the SACHED archiving project, okay? The idea is that you guys are going to have to take it all forward, okay? And let me just tell you that the SACHED archiving project was funded by Ford and Carnegie, and there are no reporting requirements from them. They gave us a special grant, just underneath a small grant that doesn't take too much notice, and we have not had to report anything. Although we have been doing the reporting, we just out of pure politeness and thankfulness and all the rest. So there are these possibilities. Secondly, SACHED also, the SACHED archiving projects ran for 3 years without any money. Okay, it was just voluntarily while we started building up databases and things like that. And there was just 3 of us just working on a voluntary basis. And then we managed to find some funding. And luckily it was from old funders, all right, people that had funded us in the 80s and the 90s and all the rest of it. So I'm just picking up on a lot of what people have been saying, is that you don't have to have the funding before you start, and that there are ways of doing things, but also what all of you are talking about. I think that there's some very clear ways forward, but I think that they are slow. So what we can do from SACHED's point of view, I mean, we have to have a lot of ways forward, but is this afternoon we've got to be practical around the budget and the products, okay, that are coming out now. Then I thought that in 6 weeks' time we should have a virtual meeting, or it could be a month's time. Okay, but because we haven't got money now to have more virtual, face-to-face meetings. But we believed that this first face-to-face meeting was essential for the very reasons that you have voiced, okay, and of what's happened. So we can have monthly virtual meetings, progress, problems, product, whatever. And then we are supposed to be at the Neville Alexander Memorial Conference at the end of the year in November. I'm not sure where it is, but we're supposed to be presenting, all of us, what we've done, what our progress has been, what our problems have been, how we want to go forward, if we don't want to go forward, and just what we have experienced and what we believe about the way forward. Then, I don't want to write another funding proposal, but I know I have one more to write. Okay. It's got to do with the maintenance of the archive, because we actually have to have a content manager and technical people to maintain that. But, so John and I have been talking about funders. I think we've got to go for the lottery. It's big. Patiana is there now. Hopefully he's straightened it out. Okay, it can't be rotten forever. Then the other one is the Patrice Motsepe Foundation. Now, he only takes people who've been recommended by a community. He's got a different approach to funding. So you can't just apply to him. You have to have a community referring you. I think we can have a community that can refer us. We're part of that community, and the people we work with could be part of that community. So I think that's another possibility. Anyway, we're going to have to think innovatively, and we're going to have to think step by step. And not big thing by big thing. But so I think the first, and the common thing that seems to me that everybody's talking about here, and it doesn't matter in which format you're talking, is reading and writing, and understanding and critiquing. That's what you might be talking about it in audio visuals, you might be talking about it in terms of murals, you might be talking about paintings, you might be talking about Read Well, you might be talking about workers' world stuff. It's all there. Okay, it's all about that. And then, I mean, of course we must take advantage of Lunga. Full advantage, okay? And what other people we can find amongst us that we can take full advantage of. I mean, SACHED, until we, finally us old people are gone, and SACHED is whatever it's going to do. I mean, it was never intended to be an implementation project. It's supposed to be archiving. So we have to finish that. But we could try and do the next kickstart stuff, but that's it, in we out. And maybe the new SACHED people or the new advisory committee decide something different, but SACHED doesn't exist. It's an archiving project. Okay. But we can take full advantage of the website, full advantage of the campaigns we're trying to do, like the free data. We can all your products will go onto that website. So you can then start taking full advantage. So that's where the content manager of the future would be working with you to expose and advocate your work as part of the forward movement in terms of proper education or knowledge development. So I think that's this afternoon. And I think what we all have to do, and I think we're all going to do it now anyway, because we're going to be talking about each other, is we're advocating. We're going to be, it's advocacy that's just happening by chance anyway. So that's, I think, what's going to happen. So this afternoon, I think we need to look at at your exact product that you can do, how much it's going to cost, and then let's negotiate that. And then we need the language debate. Okay, because we have got, we've got these things that Taka has quoted on, but maybe they shouldn't do that. Maybe they should do the municipal budget instead of this. Who knows? Or it could be something else that somebody's writing. So look, we're open like that. Okay, maybe you want your maths course in Xhosa. Who knows? Okay, so I'm just saying there are these possibilities, although I think the cell and atoms matter would help your students a lot in the sciences. So that's the discussion we must have this afternoon, and then the way forward. So this afternoon is going to be much more kind of practical and product-based, okay. And we have to just go through each organization bit by bit, and I think we might leave you last, because we're going to see who takes you alongside us. No, I said, well, I think people do want the language translations. Okay, anyway, so everybody, thank you very much. And there's lunch now. Okay, yeah, we're 20 minutes, 10 minutes into lunch. 1:30 back at the latest, because there are people leaving to drive, and we don't want them leaving too late. Hey, these guys are driving to Cape Town again. I can't make them sleep over. I'm trying, but I can't. And you driving to East London today, are you not? You're not sure? Okay, well, we must discuss, we can discuss that, but no. Okay, so we'll talk to you about East London tomorrow. Okay, so thanks, everybody. If you are looking, okay, so Lunga, I think you need to talk to Nonku. Nonku. Okay, this is the one you're going to shout at for money in the future. Okay, all right. Yeah, the lady in red. Thanks. That's what we discussed. Thank you. All right, we're ready. This afternoon we're going to be very structured, okay? We had a nice time this morning, but this afternoon we're going to be very structured. We're going to go through each organization and their budget and see if we can afford it, and then negotiate. Okay, as simple as that. And I think what we'll do is, Gqeberha, I know I'm quite clear about you guys because you gave me a very clear indication. So Gqeberha is talking about 3 products. Just remind us what those products are again.
So it is a text, the content for a text for a workbook on academic writing to essay writing, primarily at tertiary level, but aimed at students sort of in matric, post-matric. And then a report and a booklet of sources for the history NSC course syllabus, to help students to train themselves up for source-based assessment. And then for maths literacy, a study pack focusing on the key concepts in shape and measurement, as well as a revision pack to help students prepare for maths literacy NSC final exams.
Okay, now we can do, say, 2 of these. Which 2 do you think? Okay, so they're saying that 40,000 Rand per item, and you can see where it makes sense. Okay, so an academic textbook, a source-based assessment book and report book, and then I'll put down a Russian sausage. Sorry. A revision pack. Sorry. So which ones do you feel? Which one two would you like to concentrate on?
Well, you'd said earlier that we should talk about prioritizing. So we talked a little bit in the lunch break. We would prioritize the academic writing and the history source pack. And our reasoning would be that those two are creative projects. The Maths Lit project was more trying to resurrect material that was already there. So I would change direction. I would still trial the material. I want to try it out and see it, but withdraw from actually producing something in this time frame, which would quite suit me. So I was very quick to say I thought the two creative projects were important, but the Maths Lit material is material that already exists.
Sounds, I mean, it would fit in with you guys, suit you no end, I think. How do other people feel about it?
Sorry, is it possible to hear maybe next Gqeberha and then have the discussion where there's a connection?
All right, do you want to do that? Okay, so Gqeberha, you tell us your product and your cost, okay?
Why are you putting me under the bus? Yeah. So, yeah, after the discussions we've had, the collaboration between us could work for our post-matric learners, but the focus for us now is for our lower grades, which is the grade 8 and the grade 9. And the good thing is that the two products we have under literacy, we don't have to reproduce them. We can use them as they are in their states. And the only material we would produce is the maths for the lower grades as well, because that's where we have identified the gap. And there's quite a lot of work that has been done around the area. So it would just be the person who will assist us with compiling the material that the researchers went into, and the costing around that was 20,000. And then we then focus on the Upbeat magazine, which is a product that we see as a stepping stone to then producing other material, and the costing for that from conceptualization to printing, because printing is going to be an important element, as we have alluded earlier on, that it would be a great foundation to raise funds through different organizations and companies within Tembisa area who can advertise, and the costing for that would be around 45,000, and the total costing would be 65, which has reduced it drastically, because literacy, we don't have to do anything new. What we're going to do is that we're going to train our tutors, who will then develop lesson plans using the material we have to run sessions for our learners. Yeah. Yeah, 65,000, which will cover the maths and the production of the Upbeat.
Okay, thanks, great. There still is I think, connection between the two of you. I mean, I think that it would be great for Gqeberha to have your material on both source-based assessment and on academic writing. I think that would be great for you guys. And then, of course, you'll have to find your own printing costs, because you'll have to download them and then print them when you need them. Okay. And then you're going to look at maths at the lower grade, compiling material for 8s and 9s, based on the stuff you've got here.
So the maths would be based on the material we got here, but literacy will not change anything, because the material is already here.
Okay, so that's the 20,000, and then you're looking at Upbeat for 45. Okay, I think we're going to have a running total here, guys. You got it. Okay. You came in at a very reasonable amount, so you're producing... Okay, so could you just give us major product and the costing.
Okay. Yeah, look, the budget we've submitted, it's 45,974 rand, because we would be mostly investing in the process of the reading, the synthesis, and
Sorry, the process of the?
of them reading, discussing, workshopping, and all of that. I think that's where the most of the money, in terms of them having meetings, having the materials that they would need, because it's not going to be a read and walk away. It would be a read and then would kind of workshop and sketch and do all those kind of things. So there's a lot of, it's just a lot more interactive, and the materials that they will use is going to need that. And we have these 4 sites, like we've explained before.
Yeah.
So for us, we have not included the printing here. We have not included the printing of the booklet, because we aim to leverage the resources that we can find even on campus, partnerships with departments there. So I think all of this money is just going to go into making sure that activists get supported as they sit down and go through these materials and they participate. So that's the main focus. I mean, in terms of the output, the booklet itself, we will draw from some of our materials development resources to support that, and in partnership with other units on campus to make that possible, because we still have to discuss with the history department if there's no interest in this being maybe produced under the joint auspices of Chisimani and the history department, so that it also kind of have that support. And in terms of the web page and the web page and all of that, that is something that we can pull off without really digging into any of this budget. I think we do have a digital footprint already. We'll just extend from that. And our curriculum developers and program staff are the ones that are going to be using their own time to edit and upload and doing all those kind of things. So we're putting a lot of what we're already doing into this. That's why the budget could just come back to that bit. This basically is for activists, strictly. Yeah.
Thanks. That's great. I mean, we weren't intending to support printing. Okay. So if we might have to rethink that and think about ways to support you to find printing resources. But yeah, the original idea wasn't printing. Okay. Although we put 10,000 aside for each site for, well, I'll tell you how we've worked out for equipment, but that could have been anything. Anyway, let me we can talk about that later. I can tell you how I originally developed the budget, but it's been really great to see these budgets coming in. Okay, Mr. X, your product, your priority product, and I mean, I think you've got quite a few, and your costing.
I guess for us, we've selected that we'll do 2 things, which are connected, the murals and the written poetry that will go as text as part of the mural. Like, for an example, if you're looking at these beautiful art pieces, the mural will be representing similar that. So the artist will be in the same workshop, and then the product will be the workshop poetry that will be written based on the text, and the murals, so the text will go together. So we hopefully that we can do that under 40. So paying the artist, paying the studio, getting the paint, getting transportation, and artists will have their rights to the poems. And
Yeah.
So hopefully, and also paying the producers, transport and all that. So we think under that we can creatively make that. Yeah, so that sounds like a compromise, but something that could do something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you be able to, yeah, so that it's permanent, give us a film of the, or a, what's it, an audio? I
The
mean,
process.
a visual. No, visual of the murals, the final mural, of course.
Yes, we were just also talking while we were eating there that I would like to, on the murals, we would want maybe you guys to create a QR code that we could print to stick on the wall, that even anyone who's watching who goes and see the mural can just do a QR code that takes them to the website, which is your website.
Oh, that's
That would connect people more to that. So we're trying to look at that, and as a way of continuity for people to understand where they come from. I mean, where the inspiration comes from. So there's a lot of stuff. I think if the approval of what we can do can come out of it, based on friends we work with, we can be able to do easing into that. The budget would not be able to do, but I think.
So you've actually trying to rely on quite a lot of volunteer people here.
Yes, because we don't know how far we can push.
No, sure.
But
we didn't want anybody to have to necessarily do that, but
yeah.
Okay, so you could do with more money so that you could actually pay your volunteers.
Yes, 100%.
It's hard to be a volunteer when you're an
Yes,
artist.
it's the most hardest thing.
Yeah, and it's really great that people have offered. Okay, subset, Amandla. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. So our original budget actually had a mistake in it. Blush. But if oh no, just like 10,000 rand short. So we worked on the idea that we would have 5 podcasts, because we identified across Freedom from Below 5 thematic areas around which we could encourage debate and discussion amongst the study groups. But we could kind of bring that down and maybe look at 3 of those instead of 5. And I also think 5 in the period that we have available for doing this work is overly ambitious. And so if we did that, we would, and now I just double check my sums, but I think we would need 43,000, of which a portion would probably go back to Workers' World Media, because we would speak to them to assist us with the podcast. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sorry, I didn't get the 43. Oh, you guys are being great. Now you know why we're so shocked by a Nazi. Big organization ideas, fantastic. But we can't help you, we can help you kickstart them. Okay, so Workers' World. Oh, sorry, I'm getting them both. So Workers' World, you're putting out a municipal budget booklet, and your cost is
just opening it quickly.
Sure.
So yes, thank you, Louis. The total budget I know when we submitted to you, it was 50,000 rands. We were looking at 20,000 for the conceptualization, research, and writing. And then the 5,000 will go into editing. The design and layout will be 5, and then 15,000 for printing, and then management and admin distribution as well will be 5,000. So that will make 50,000. But what we forgot was the part around workshops and study cycles with the 17 LCMFs. And when we counted was that we could use, it will be around 20,000 rands. So we are putting out a budget of 70,000 rands. Proposing actually, because we were hoping that we could supplement, but we are currently facing challenges with funding. Again, just been told actually now, coming out of the meeting. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so you're looking at 70,000, and you're looking at management and admin fees, which no one else has put in.
Oh. Look, as I'm saying, it's a proposal. It
Yeah.
can be declared.
No, but I think we must be consistent,
Sure,
okay?
sure.
Because everybody needs what we can. So what is our, we have left you out, I know. How much is our total now? 343. Okay. What are you suggesting? Yeah.
Molweni again. Hi, guys. I should say, I think initially when I started speaking to Louise, we had thought of translating all of these books and doing a couple audios. But to do that work might be 600,000. So that's not the work that we are putting forward. I think I would suggest two things. Sorry, I'm trying to get Moody out here. Sure. One is, I think Moody is a particularly important book in the history of South Africa. So I think to translate Moody and make an audio book from Moody would be a really good output. And of course, the audio book, we can work with Upodlunga for it to go out. It will live on the archive. It can live on the Daka web app archive and any other place really amongst us here that could host that. I'm not sure which language to translate to if we're only doing one. I would suggest either one of the Nguni languages or one of the Sesotho Sepedi Tswana group, so that whichever language we do somewhat covers a large amount of ground, and that would, to translate and to make an audio book of Moody, would come to about 60,000. Yeah. It was 65, but I think we can lose 5. If we can try to do more, it's just it's 60,000 to translate and make an audio book for one language. If we want to, yeah, I'm speaking about taking this, it's the comic, yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking of taking the comic, translating the comic to one language, and then making an audiobook version of the comic is the suggestion. I think a second thing, and that we can do without a cost, I think speaking with Putsiviwe and a number of people at lunch, there is a, I don't want to say a problem, but a challenge in some adult programs where, you know, adults are coming, but adults have children. And like what must happen with the children during these other programs. So we'd be happy to work with organizations that are running adult programs to see if we can make a kind of concurrent children's program. And I mean, that can use doesn't have to use this material, it can use kind of previous developed material for DACA to make some children's programming happening alongside the adult work. But yeah. That is my suggestion. I mean, your contribution in terms of the children's program. Yes. Which is fantastic. Okay, so it's product and then also contribution from. Okay,
It's because I hang. Yes.
I'm just puzzled. A comic book is visual. How do you make is it appropriate to make an audio book about something that is visual? How do you make that jump from
I mean, sure. I think a comic is different to, say, a lot of other types of books. It has multiple voices, so it's almost like it's being acted. You know, people are speaking to one another. So even in the audio, you'll have to have a number of characters kind of acting out. But there's voice acting done that, yes, you won't be able to see a picture, and it would be a step further if we want to make a video book. But from hearing the voice and hearing the expression, you get a picture as well.
And you could look at the comic while you're listening. And you can. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking it could be quite interesting. So, given that, which language are you recommending? And let's see how everyone else reacts to that.
Sure. For just the largest language grouping, and it hurts me because I'm in Xhosa, but I would suggest this is
isiZulu. We haven't got anybody from KZN here. We've got no isiZulu speakers here. He doesn't speak Isi. I know, but you okay? Okay. Okay. Do you, all of you, have learners and workers that the mother tongue is, first language is isiZulu? You do? Okay. No. So the only place it would go.
Oh, but also with the branches that we work with in Johannesburg, they speak isiZulu.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think. Anyone else work with isiZulu speakers? I think you've got a very disappointed group of people here. What do you think we should do?
So I understand that the reason for doing that is that you potentially would reach the largest language group with this limited amount of money. The fact that we don't represent the largest language group in this room is not an issue.
Okay.
I think that it is how we think to support TACA to
then distribute.
To distribute and to reach other groups. So there are a number of workers, for example, organizations that I'm aware of, who run after-school classes in the union offices. They could use this book. So the ideas for
I was also thinking, instead of having an audio book, what about translating it into 2 different languages? It would cost the same.
No, it would be cheaper if we're just doing translation without the audio. But I think audio would be exciting.
But at the same time,
What's
you're going to do an audio product. So
to a different
for
audience.
Different audience. But
Siviwe?
what's wrong with this course?
No, I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to do both. Okay.
No, I see an advantage here of that wider reach that you're looking for.
Yeah.
Just in this CPD, you can walk into Mhlobo Wenene and try to find a slot for audio readings on then even people in Joburg and everywhere can hear this.
It's closer.
Where do you do we've done in Cape Town, but mostly at Johannesburg.
We also have a studio, so
yeah.
But we can work, and if it's in Cape Town, then
because you've got an office in Cape Town.
Voiceover artists there.
Sure.
And maybe we cut studio costs, or rather, paying you the studio costs.
Yeah, let's talk about.
So we're really keen on Xhosa. I hear you, Elna.
You say I'm keen in Africa because most
I know. I know. But then we also want to, this, eh?
Ek sal dit vir julle doen.
Okay, you want to do it in Afrikaans? You can do Moody in Afrikaans for us, for free. Look at her, she's volunteering. Now, what kind of Xhosa?
I mean,
Or kind of Zulu? I know, because, I mean, you know, there's different kinds.
I guess it's hard to say which particular kind. What I would say is it's a comic, so you're not trying to be
Academic?
too academic or over people's heads. You want conversational. It must still be Xhosa, but the Xhosa people used to speak to each other daily. So kind of standard conversational Xhosa, if I can put it that way. So not academic, and not, it's not a Xhosa dialect, but I guess a related language, not as Imbondo or some of the other languages close. It could be.
You see, I think with you, Lunga, you might be able to work with SACHED, because I think that they really want that municipal booklet done in Afrikaans.
Yeah.
That's another thing.
So
Okay.
you want to translate it in Kaaps if you are
I don't know, I'm talking, look, look.
looking at the Cape Town budget.
No, but listen, this is really serious question, because the majority, you said, Lunga, that the majority of the people that you are working with speak Afrikaans. No, not. So, yes, say it. She was snapping, she wasn't calling. I don't know the difference, but anyway.
Yeah, good idea. Snap.
Okay, so what is our total now? You want to read some of the comments? Okay, are there comments on
Yeah,
this?
the comments, I know people are just endorsing the project, saying audio is a good idea. I wanted to ask a question on Chisimani, on your budget. Just the...
Chisimani is there.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question on your budget. You have the different workshops held in different spaces over the course of 3 months. I think that's cool. The final workshop, you have a single day where people are going to write and create an output. It doesn't seem sufficient time. That doesn't seem sufficient. That doesn't seem sufficiently long for people to be able to write such that it becomes a product, the product that you're proposing. So I don't know if that needs a bit of reorienting in terms of the time given. I'm not sure, but that is what struck me.
And then obviously you would need extra money for that particular second workshop, or second day if it's the same workshop. Yeah.
Yeah, naturally nobody will say no to
more
more money.
If you don't need it, you say no.
But here's the thing. I think this process, maybe the budget allocation doesn't explain it properly. This is not a question of saying, look, we're going to invite people to come to this. There is a planning process that has already started, where we sit with partners and unpack the product in terms of what is going to be the outcome at the end, so that there are reflections on what are the needs for that workshop as the process goes on, so that the comrades that are going to come in who are skilled have a full briefing of the points of emphasis of that training. And it's not like they're going to walk out of that training ready to write.
Yeah, sure.
It's a process now where some of us will have to accompany them, will have to journey with them through the writing. You know, that's how we look at it. But an additional one is possible. You know, it's possible, and it can be helpful as well.
Yeah,
you know,
it's necessary.
the thing about this is we are looking at this project is, for us, it is a nexus between our work that we do with African Solidarity and also our partnership with the University of Cape Town, which is about building something called the Citizens Commons, where we have a hub of students, workers, and community activists engaging with, you know, emerging political developments and also having learning events in that. So there is that track. So I think we can, I think that we work from that context. But yeah, let's just maybe say we will take the advice and relook at it. I can't make a call right now, you know.
No, sure, we can
we will just maybe, because we'll have to, me and Pilani will support to work on one of the things that are expected tomorrow. We'll report, you know, what emerges from this, and then the questions that emerge will be discussed, and then we'll come back to you.
Should I explain how I tried to develop the budget? Because, I mean, I had to come up with something, and I had to find funding from somewhere, and I had to ask it for it. Okay. So what we worked out is that possibly you would work for 15 days. Where's my... Yeah, it's here. Let me not rewrite it again, and I'll find it here. That we would give each organization 15,000 for facilitation and reporting, so that we didn't have to ask you to be voluntary. Okay. That we would give 10,000 for equipment. Okay, whichever you want. If you want paint, if you want paper, if you need to buy data, if you want to print, if you want to whatever, 10,000 for that. Then 27,000 for catering, because we were thinking, okay, there would be 12 people per 15 days, and 150 rand per person per day. That includes all their food and everything like that, and cool drinks. I mean, it's a big amount. We can, you know, and then but I didn't want to. We talked about poverty and hunger. We're not going to make them hungry. And 5,000 rand for transport. Okay, so that's how I did the initial budget, and that's how much sort of money we've got. Now, people have been very generous and rethinking. So almost in a way, we could say to everybody, okay, here's your 57,000, but that sounds a bit stupid. But anyway, here's your 57,000. Come back with us, you know, come and tell us how you're going to use it. But I think that you've done your careful working already. How much? Okay, so 5,700, that was going to 399,000, 3,990. This was excluding old Taka. Oh. No, I'm saying this was my budget. Yeah. So, okay, so this is, so if we include Taka, we've got 408, so I'm 7,000 rand out, which is nothing. Okay. I'm just trying to think how we give you the extra money for your extra workshop, that's all. I tell you what, Workers' World is going to give it to you because they're going to take out their management and admin fees. No, we're not making them work for free. Okay. Because it's distribution, we'll leave it there. Okay. Right, it's all in now. You're the one that forgot to budget, didn't you? No. And look, I think we can stick to this. What do the people say online?
There's not that many people online, and they plead. They don't have anything on budget.
So they're happy. Are you happy? Okay. Now you see, I think this is how we have to deal with the funding in future. Is work like this and work on this collaborative way and see how we can do it. But we need to come from the same starting point. I didn't do that with you because I didn't know what you were going to produce and how. Okay, but I just had to work out a bit. Yeah, sorry. There. Sabiwe and then.
Yeah, just assist me with one thing here. You know, sometimes logistics can be challenging. You see, when we work in these spaces and these hubs, the feedback we got as Chisimane a long time ago, and this is a practice we're no longer doing when we work with activists, this thing of hiring caterers.
No, you do, yeah.
You know, because we allow people to decide how that should work. And sometimes somebody volunteers that if you can bring these items, I will cook. You know, and I'm just want to alert that look, we do not work with professional setups with things that people can do themselves, because we view it as part of them, you know, building that unit, you know, trusting one another that for this session so and so is going to cover this, for that session. Because people, at least we develop that level of trust where they feel that in a process that is going to help them, they need to see it as necessary that they need to contribute, whether with their time or with their effort or something like that. So is that okay with that? As long as we can be able to record that, okay, this is what happened.
No, I mean, that's great. I mean,
well, some people give us grief about this.
What's it? Everybody else, what do you think?
Yeah.
I think it does depend on each grouping and each
yeah.
And things like that. For example, when we did, when we did the upstart stuff, we used to have the kids after school, but they would get a peanut butter sandwich and an orange and a cool drink. Okay, so it's not fancy catering I was thinking about. I was thinking about, you know, people being able to concentrate and work and enjoy their food as well.
Exactly.
So that's the way I was thinking. But I was thinking there was, so this is over much, but anyway, I think we've worked that out. Sorry.
Okay. Gosh, that's intimidating. So we're not bound to the way that you've arrived at. Okay, so that's fantastic. Then my suggestion would be that when we meet again, we talk to one another about how we've spent our budget, and that we then are able, I don't know how this money will be paid, but that we could kind of rearrange things. So if I, for example, find out that we're not spending as much as I've budgeted on catering, then I can either shift it to where we may have under budget, like, for example, making the podcast. But it may also be that I find that there's 3,000 rand that it's clear we're unlikely to spend, where we overestimate it, and that could go to someone else.
That's exactly perfect. Hang on.
I also think that that's good. I think that the intention is an important thing just to keep in mind. Good, man. Thanks. Intention is important also in terms of the budget and transparency. So knowing that everybody is working together in that way, shifting resources between organizations is a way of working together, and so that's one thing. The other thing which we haven't spoken about is just the archiving of the process. So we're an archive project, and part of this is we also want to learn from each of the different processes of people, and that requires each organization archiving their own, archiving each of these processes, recording the successes and the issues you've experienced, recording the methods you use, and so on. So that's also an important aspect that we would like to include when we reflect on the project, when we put it on our website, and so on. Yeah.
Yeah, so can I just say that's, let's go there because it will answer some of these questions, I think. I was thinking, considering what everybody has said and considering what we've got, okay, we're sitting at Wits University and UWC, we can set up virtual meetings, we could have the next virtual meeting in a month's time, where everybody reports back and talks about their issues and their things, and we can look at the budgets again and how people are going, and oh no, we haven't managed to do that because there was a pilot strike, so we haven't been able to hold any meetings, for example, or whatever. But you know, things come up and things happen all the time. Okay, so we still haven't decided on Takpa, actually. So that's my one suggestion. And that goes in with Lawrence's suggestion, is that you keep records, please, of your processes all the time. Your successes, your failures, because we've got to learn from this and people have got to learn from this. It seems, and also report on the integration of work, how you're talking to each other, who you're connecting with, what's that meant, and all the rest of it. Yeah, I'm conscious of your need to leave, okay? They're driving back tonight, I can't believe it. Okay, and so we've got a common project here. Then the other thing is, so we can do that, we can do it monthly, we can do it any other time. Then the idea is that at the Neville Alexander Memorial Conference, as I said to you, at the end of this year in November, you would be presenting your reports and your products. I don't know where it will be. We won't be paying for most of it, I hope. Because I think Salim, yeah, it's either Joburg or Cape Town, so you can prepare to be transported there by someone. Okay, so that's also a final sort of time to aim for that. So, not saying if you have to finish. If you're not going to use your materials till next January, then take your time, take your quality, do your stuff, and do it carefully, because it is the quality that we're worried about. But you can report, and then you can say that we've got this money is actually to be spent over 25 and 26. So if you don't, which was a problem before, because we had to get a permission to get the money in 26, even though we had not spent it all in 25. But anyway, we managed to do that. And then, as I said, I think the other thing that we can do quite a lot together is start talking at another meeting, another virtual meeting, where a representative from each organization came together, and we looked at a funding proposal. And for what? And it seems to me that no matter how you talk about it and what you're saying, you're all talking about reading and writing in all its different formats, forms, ways of being and everything. Okay, so that's great. I think we haven't decided on yet. We haven't decided on you yet.
On which, on the whole thing?
Yeah, whether we're going to go for an audiobook and isiZulu and one translation, or whether we're going to go for two translations, which means isiZulu and Xhosa. Or we cut out isiZulu completely. All right.
Yeah, I think my suggestion would be, let's do one language and one audiobook. I think for the purposes of archiving and trying to make this form of literature, that's alive, reach as many people as possible. I think translating is really powerful, but I think in particular having an audiobook that people could listen to for free on various archives could take us a lot further. We could play it on radios, we could play it in cars, in all sorts of scenarios.
It can be a whole advocacy campaign.
Yeah, so I think it would take it further if we do an audio.
No, this is what we're finally getting to.
What language would the audiobook be?
I would say after we discussed, let's do isiXhosa, we'll translate, we'll do an audio.
Okay, in isiXhosa.
Yes.
I think, that helps, because then we can actually critique it and say, no, this is rubbish. Because we understand isiXhosa. Okay. I mean, I think that's, and lots of other people understand isiXhosa. So
it will still, almost all the Nguni people should be able to listen.
Yeah, no, sure, there is resonance. And also I think it resonates with everything that everybody's doing here. I think let's go with that. Okay, so there we are.
Sorry, I just wanted to add that the importance, I think, of Moody, just to support this decision, is that it's a prescribed text for first additional language English. So if you come from a Xhosa school, whether it's in the, let's say for instance, or a school, right, in the in the either the rural areas or the townships, they're doing English as a first additional language. So this is a prescribed text for grade 10 and 11, I think, or grade 10 or 11, and so I think it would go a long way to the literacy project. And that is connecting the ideas in a mother tongue and a target language, which is English. So
fantastic.
It goes a long way to building our communities and their understanding of
But also to add,
yeah,
just because you do it into a single language now, this project doesn't have to end with one translation. It can also grow, and if you realize the success of it as a kind of pilot project, something that's
exactly,
because
if you think
I actually have tried to, I've actually put this funding proposal from SACHED and TACA into another funder for the whole 600,000. So I'm hoping we get that. If we can, we'll take his 60,000 away and spread it across you guys. And then we can go through, we'll have another discussion about all the languages, and then that, because that thing was for the cell, atoms, matter, and the 3 comics. And I mean, for me, the atoms matter is such a contribution for learners, whether they're adult or out of school or in school or whatever. So I'm trying to do that as well. So that's the next step. Okay. So we'll keep you going on that. Then the last thing is, I suppose we have to have a contract, folks. Here's a very simple one I found on Google.
Magic.
So what I think is I'm going to give it to everybody, and then we need to look at, I mean, it's very straightforward, and I don't think whether we need all this stuff, but have a look at it, and then let's see, and then we could maybe have a discussion in a week's time about the contract itself, okay? And then the last thing is payment. We thought we should do it in tranches, okay? That's normal, okay? And so, what you need an invoice from each of the organizations. No, not for work done, for the work that is going to be done. So the first tranche I suggest is 30,000. Okay. So you need to work with non-Kululeka and get your stuff in. How long will it take Fitz to pay?
It takes for a month. I should submit last month in order to be paid following month.
So by which deadline? What date does that have to be?
Before the 18th of each month.
All right, so listen to this, because Wits is impossible. I don't care if you're listening. Okay. So you need to send us an invoice for that 30,000 before the 18th. Well, I mean, send it as soon as possible, okay, so that we can then get the payments through. Nothing. It's nothing to me. I mean, it's Wits that we're moaning about. Yeah, they won't unless you. Yeah, so it doesn't matter if it's done before the end of the month. They're not going to pay you until end of August anyway. No, I'm saying send it as soon as possible.
I thought that if it has to
Yes.
end on the 18th of July, you get paid on in August.
Just double check
If it
with
is
Nom.
on the 18th of August, you get paid.
Yes, if I have submitted now, it's July. We were going to pay in August, but now that the 18th have already passed, we're going to submit on the 18th of August for September.
September's first payment.
Oh, is it September 1st payment?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
because we've
first
already passed
payment
on this.
Okay, you see what I mean with Wits.
Sorry?
So you.
I'm saying I submit on the 18th. 18th is the deadline every month. So the payment is going to come the following month.
So you submit by the 18th of August. You will be paid in
On
September.
September.
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's right.
September or end of September?
End of September, yes.
End of September.
That's it. That's the only way.
So there's nothing we can do. This is the most bureaucratic place you've ever come across.
Okay, so 18th is the day.
I submit.
You submit to her.
You
before,
submit to
because
me
on the
before the 18th. 18th is my date.
Yes.
So then she takes all your.
No.
No, before that. to
No,
wait before that.
by
Because
the
sometimes
10th,
they give
it
us
needs
17th.
to be in the inbox.
Yes. The thing is, the WITS process is. Yes. So then the 10th. Yeah.
Okay, can I suggest the 15th, please?
Yes.
15th.
Send today. I
Yeah.
don't mind. Yeah.
15. Okay.
Okay, so what are you saying? What will be difficult for you? We asking you. So we're doing a once-off payment. Okay, and then at the end the second payment. Yeah. Yeah. No. Sure.
That if we have this plan, the plan is such, we need to submit on this particular day, the latest.
Okay.
Well, this is what I do.
Sure.
The latest. Then you can navigate the bureaucracy of the then this is the date that you can expect. Those are the two
Dates. Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing is that she has to put everything into WITS on the 18th. So she needs to collect all your stuff and all your invoices. So I'm saying make it as soon as possible, all right, because this is the first payment. Then she will submit to WITS on the 18th of August, and you'll receive payment at the end of September. And we can't do anything about that because that's WITS bureaucracy.
Okay.
We've missed July. Okay?
Yeah. Nonku's going to add something then. Yeah, just.
Okay. When you guys submit to me, ne, I submit to them. But then the dates, they vary. Hence I'm saying they always give us, not always, but they mostly give us 18th. So at least your date to your people can be the 10th, so that if they are late from you to me, at least I have 5 days to the 15th to submit. You see? Is it going to be fine like that? Because I have to get the documents too. I have to send, when you submit to me, there's a system, and then I'm going to send them back to you. You fill in the documents, and then you submit on the system to me. But that should happen between the period of, from the 1st until that 15th, I'm going to give you, because mine is going to be 18. You get me?
Yeah.
Huh? By the 10th, when you are submitting to me, in case your people or you haven't done with your documents, at least we have 5 days until the 15th.
And we're not asking you to report on anything, just an invoice. So 30,000 first tranche. That's all you're saying on that invoice. Okay, so it's not like you have to report on anything. Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah. All right, you want to add?
I think my question is with the implementation, because when we spoke of the timelines,
Mm.
that the next month we need to meet, so if we are only receiving the funds end of September, in the meantime, how do we navigate that? Is it about research and also looking at the end of year function that you spoke of, Alexander? So how do we navigate that? And when would be the second?
I know.
Then
I think look, you're going to have to work that out for yourselves, okay? Because you can do what you can with what money you've got. We can't get it to you before for the end of August.
End of September.
End of September. Okay. So if you can't start your project until you've got the money, then you can't start the project before you've got the money. Remember, we said November would be a report. If you have a product, great. If you don't, it's a progress report and a presentation. But you need your own deadlines. So if for example, if somebody has got, let's take you work as well. If the local elections are in April, you have to have your booklet out by January. Okay, so they can start working. So that's enough time for them to do it with the money. And I think what we have to do is have The second tranche, which would be the remainder of your money, we could do in November, but then they must put the second invoice in. So put in two invoices. One for so we pay you all of it by the end of the year. Okay, but then you've got time to do it according to your time. You're looking very suspicious. I know.
It's good to understand what the squid is.
No, I know.
And then you can improve it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, so that's what we wanted to explain now too, okay? Because the tranches and I mean, some people have got, will start now anyway without the funding, okay? Because it's part of their normal job or they're doing something else. I'm just thinking about gradual.
How many tranches, Lou?
already?
How many tranches are we paying?
Two.
Two, okay.
And we must have them all paid by the end.
Before the
by
end,
middle,
okay.
15th of December at the latest, okay? Which means the invoices must come in. The first invoice in August.
August.
But I think
And
October.
the second invoice in October.
Can
Yeah.
I just say something about university bureaucracy? So I think that you don't want to wait until the last minute to
Don't.
submit
Yeah.
invoices because there's a pipeline of invoices. So the sooner before the 18th you can submit those.
You can submit tomorrow.
So my advice to all of you is as soon as you can get that
You
30,000
submit.
rand invoice out, send it and
I
it gets
proceed,
into that
yes.
pipeline. And that is likely that the university then pays a month after it's processed. It takes about a month. So the money could in fact come before the end of September, but not later.
Depending on your. Yeah.
Depending. So that's the first part. The other part is that I think you may need to ask, when will the university close invoices for the end of the year? So at our university there's a deadline date. If you don't get an invoice in by a certain time in November, there's no payment because the financial system shuts down.
But the invoices that are going to be submitted is for August and October, right?
That's what I've just said.
Yeah.
Your
So they'll be
second
paid
invoice in
already by the end.
October.
Yeah, that's
Let's just be careful and do the second invoice in October so that
okay.
you've got your money to carry on. And nobody's going to Dubai on it. There's not enough. There's not enough money to go away with, eh? Swaziland. It's getting as far as Swaziland. Okay, yeah.
Can I ask something because I know I have the same experience with Erna, but is there a specific format that the invoice must be?
No.
Yeah, but I think it would be useful to send
a template.
Send a template.
A
to
template,
people.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or Erna could do that, eh?
But sorry, it's going to have different names for organizations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
At our university, you have to include who it is addressed to. So we need the proper name of the archiving project.
Yeah.
And we also need to have the university's VAT number because we haven't talked about VAT. So is
They're gonna
this
charge-
work
they're gonna charge.
excluded from VAT?
I
Because
presume so.
the university is going to
To be
claim
honest,
VAT.
I don't think it will be.
Yeah,
It's-
so we need to understand that this 57,000 rand should be including VAT.
It should be included?
No VAT must be added to these invoices.
No VAT.
Yeah. No.
No, but
But you
Question is-
have to
Yeah.
legally
The money is
include VAT.
It's whether our money is taxed.
aren't they going to tax the payment?
No, we haven't been taxed. But
Okay. Anyway, we'll deal with
So,
that.
so I think
Enver?
maybe we need some advice.
yeah.
Okay. Then.
University one.
Yeah, I'll send a template.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know.
As in-
Erna says that they have to Well, we'll
Okay,
have to find
I'll
it.
do.
Because we've not paid that in a single
I'll do.
thing.
I think that'd be nice. Good. Sounds good. I like it.
But they
Yeah.
can get it from the not from you.
I think we're asking
All right.
people have questions.
Okay, so are there any, sorry, I'm trying to close down, and so letting you people free. Unfortunately, tonight, the people that are staying behind cannot stay in here, believe it or not, it's full. So, okay, well, Nonku and I and you will go and talk to them, but we've got to try and get 5 people an accommodation tonight. We've got to try and let
Sorry,
you guys
Louis.
go.
They made a mistake for 2 now. We have the 3 for 3 us here.
I thought so.
Yeah.
So the people that they haven't booked for is Anele and, because we didn't book the second night for Anele and Lunga. Okay, we'll do some negotiation afterwards. Okay. This one is offering a double bed at her house. I'm sure the double bed is not going to go down well. Double bed in the couch, in the lounge. Anyway, let's talk to you about that afterwards. Okay, guys, so I want to, oh, and Mr. X, you're also supposed to be staying an extra night. All right, so let's, the 3 of us, and Nonkululeko, and everybody go and talk. Okay, I'm going to give you a copy of this contract and have a look at it, one per person, per organization. Yeah, okay, just pass them along.
You can pass that way.
And now I'm going to ask very quickly before we all go, and then we will end. I think there is tea afterwards. Hi guys, is to ask Enver to say a few words. Enver was in SACHED for many years. He was head of LACOM and head of Durban. And he was part of what I used to call the short people mafia in SACHED. You had to be under 5'4" to get anywhere in SACHED. John Samuel, Neville Alexander, and Enver. That's their own joke against them.
We'll stand up because of that. The height disadvantage. Okay, so thanks very much. Louise, you know. Hey. Yeah. I can talk, yeah, thanks. No, thank you very much. You know, I want to say this, that this is wonderfully, it's much more than before Neville died. Neville and John and I talked about what to do about SACHED, having closed it up. And all we at that stage were wanting to do was to get someone to write a PhD on SACHED, you know. And we tried and we failed. We couldn't get someone to fund someone to do a PhD on SACHED. I hope that that idea is not completely dead, that somebody will, after all of this, of course, then find that there's real material and it's possible. But so let me say that for me today has been a huge learning experience. We say this normally, but I really mean it, because I didn't know the various types of work that are happening, which all have to do with, resonate with the work that SACHED did over many years ago. And I hope it's a learning experience for all of us, not just for me. I hope we all learn from each other what is possible. And I think we have gone, it's clear to me that from what's going on in the country, besides what we are doing here, there are so many organizations that have gone way beyond planting the seeds of an alternative society. They are already beginning to bear some green leaves now and coming to fruition. I think that's what's happening. And that's happening because we're all facing this almighty global crisis of many dimensions and proportions. And although we think it's here in our locality, this crisis, especially the crisis which is really, I talk about it in other places as a war against the poor globally, and the rise of fascism, the increasing power of fascistic, divisive, racist, gendered ideas, and the hegemony, the power that these carry in dividing humanity, making us less human. And actually, some people are really reveling, enjoying the Trumps of this world, the Modis of this world, the Orbans, the presidents of various countries now. There was an article just the other day in which there was somebody setting out what psychological processes, actually psychotic processes, are now so prevalent in the minds of so many of those people who lead the world into this new phase of barbarism. But against that, as I was saying, there's a whole lot of development of alternatives taking place. Sometimes quite expressly alternatives towards a democratic socialist. I'm struck by the fact that this young Mamdani, who's wanting to become the mayor of the richest city in the world, it's got the most number of billionaires, is openly espousing in the US of A, by the way, the idea of democratic socialist mayorship. And it looks like there's some, I don't know what to do with these surveys, but I think they say something. The idea of socialism in the US is not all that rejected. Like over 20% of young people say, no, it's fine, let's talk about it. I think if we did a survey in this country, it'll be much, much higher, I think, although there are those forces here too which are dragging us to the right, or trying to get us to adopt neo-fascist ideas about who we are and what we are. So I think that what all of this represents is the idea of solidaristic and collective mobilization. And that's what I think this work is all about also. It's exactly about that. It's about trying to support processes to mobilize alternative social systems which are socially useful. Socialism at the end of the day is not some major ideology which we don't know. In essence, it's been complicated historically, I agree. But in essence, it's a simple idea. It's the idea of living in a society in which things are done collectively, democratically, and for social uses. And they have outcomes which are meaningful for all of society, especially because for some people in society, they have very relatively meaningful lives, but especially for those who have been socially marginalized. So I think the work we're doing, and others are doing, and by the way, it's being done, there are now 800 million people in the world involved in cooperatives. It's an extraordinary figure when you look at the levels of resistance that are developing, especially around simple issues of livelihoods, of hunger and food, of the kinds of social services which states are unable to provide. There are millions, and some of these are in the most difficult, in Rojava, Syria, the Rojava collective of young women, by the way, mainly. Same with the Landless People's Movement, same with Via Campesina, in Greece, here, everywhere, in Ethiopia, with the Oromo collective. There's thousands of examples. As I said, there's 800 million people, and there can be as many as 100 million cooperatives now in the world, beginning to develop these alternative ideas. So this work is about collective mobilization against the might of a tiny global minority of billionaires. Did you see the other day an article in Business News? So this is not something from a group of left-wingers sitting in some place. Business News saying that 4 people in Africa, 4 people, it names them, by the way, two of them are from, it's Oppenheimer and Rupert, and Dangote, I think he's Nigerian, and the 4th person I just can't remember. These 4 collectively, together, hardly collectively, but together, 4 of them together, this little cabal of 4 billionaires, own wealth which is equivalent to half the wealth of half the population of Africa. Okay? Half the population of Africa. What is that? 400 million people or 500 million against 4 people sitting in a room, actually in one little corner of a room. And by the way, there are similar global figures by Oxfam, which suggests that 60 people in the world, 60 billionaires own half the world's wealth. It's extraordinary. What this kind of world can't continue. It's impossible. It's not going to continue. I might not see it in my lifetime, the change, but it's coming. It's there, because everybody is now beginning to be aware of this. And places like Palestine and Sudan and so on and so forth are really making these issues absolutely central to our consciousness, beginning to show to us what this world is becoming or has become and how we can get over it. So, and we can do this work and resolve our differences, whatever they might be. Because I think, despite the fact that we might have some strategic or tactical or orientation differences, I think there is, not only here, but in people doing this kind of work, a kind of solidarity of intention, to use your word. There is a solidarity. People are saying we can't have this world anymore. We have to change. And that, for me, is a huge starting point. How we change, we might have different approaches to it. And I don't think it's very difficult to, especially if we open about our differences and talk frankly about them and collegially, as comrades, as friends, not as competing political parties or some such thing. We must talk to each other as comrades and colleagues, and we will resolve our problems. And in practice, if you involve in practice, nobody's practice, if it is premised on transformation ideas, can be wrong. Because there are different ways of practicing ideas around transforming social systems. And so I don't think the differences will be great. So let me finally say that what we are talking about is, in a way, it is about autonomous, self-realizing, collective work, which also reduces dependency on a single external entity, which, the whole of the global south has been subjected to, having to beg and borrow money from global billionaire and their institutions, IMF, World Bank, and be punished for it. Not just economically, but militarily, if they fail to observe the regulations that they are forced to accept. So we must increasingly move towards a kind of autonomous self-realization of the work we do, which is what you are talking about, comrade. But I think if we do it collectively, for me that's important. It's the collective nature of it which will reduce our dependence on external influences. And so finally, Louise, thank you very much for you and the team that's doing all this hard work. Tammy Lee, Lawrence, Nonkululego, and whoever else. Please thank the others for doing this. John also asked me to do this on his behalf. So I want to say, and of course I want to say thank you to all of you for, when we thought about it initially, we wondered who will come, will they be interested? After all, what is SACHED Archive? It's all history, but it's obviously not. So thank to all of you, each one of you, and all of those in your organizations that have made it possible for you to participate in this particular event. And I hope that this will really it'll germinate into a much larger collective initiative that it'll support the broader processes of fundamental change in our society, locally, nationally, globally, even if we just begin at the local level, which is the right place always to begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great. Well, there you are. There's tea, there's coffee, and there's people driving home, and I must just sort out a few rooms. Nonku, we better sit down and work out what is going on now. I think your room is here again.
Oh, okay, we'll see. Okay, cool.
And for those staying here with transport, there's Workers' World Media's 4 o'clock film show on Mission.
So you want to make this one just wants to make an announcement on behalf of Workers' World.
Okay, so a solidarity announcement for those of you who have transport and can attend Workers' World Media's film at 4 o'clock on the Missionvale campus. Please join us.